Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
It's been like 6 or 7 months, huh?
Cheers, Cotty. I don't think it's been that long, man. I think it's been a couple, but it hasn't been that long. There's no real plan for this stream. I don't know how long it's gonna go. Probably a while, knowing me. But I've got to be careful I don't get too carried away because I've got a bunch of stuff I need to get done before tomorrow. I am going back to work tomorrow. So for those who aren't in the loop, I left my old job because fuck working for a Western government. They can all go fuck themselves. Not my co-workers. They were pretty okay. But I now work as a parts interpreter. I'm a car guy now. I'm gonna have to fucking pick up automation at some point, aren't I? Hey, Buck. Now, I'm also going to have to hope that I've got enough charge in my track IR, because I have been playing quite a bit of DCS off stream this weekend. Yeah, no, that's exactly where I found it, Cody. Alright, I think that'll do us for the intro slides. One sec, my stick's in the way. I can't see what I'm doing. Oh, that's what he said. There we go. Bear with me, I have not done this whole streaming thing for a while, so it's probably going to be pretty scuffed. Hello. The gremlin is here. She's chilling on the shoulder. She's going to have to move sooner or later because she's going to fucking kill my back if she keeps doing this. She doesn't weigh much, but she finds a way to sit in the worst possible spot. Don't you, Stinky? I've also got to remember how to start this thing, because every time I've started it recently, I've busted the ecran. It involves some fairly specific timings, I remember that much. Oh, we're going to have to move forwards, Daffy Daff, because I can't reach my keyboard here. There we go. I've still got to get this chair scene too. Can you... I gotta move, bub. We've only just started the stream and you're being a gremlin. Hey? You're already making the gremlin noises. I got to meet her baby brother and baby sisters yesterday. So, her mum, her dog mum, has had another litter. It's her final litter, before she gets retired as a mum, basically. And becomes just a pet. But they're so cute. They're 6 weeks old, I think. Yeah, 6 weeks old. They're about the size of a large potato. Like, they fit comfortably in one hand. They're fucking adorable. They're little balls of fluff. One orange girl, one black girl, and one black boy with little white. Like, he's got a little tiny puff of white on his chest, and then white on his toes. Alright. Power. All of that. Nav system goes off from memory for a while. Not going. I think... Is it we turn this on, then we turn... That would kind of make sense. So there's our navigation system. That's the operating mode. Or is it the other way around? I can never fucking remember. Might be the other way around. No, I don't think it is. Whatever. We're gonna break the ecran. but we'll at least have a functional aircraft. So I press that? Yes, I do. Okay, there we go. Запуск на земле. Both throttles forwards, but it'll start. So, long ago, when I was still figuring out what everything in this cockpit did on the FC3 version, so I, know when the full fidelity came out, I was just kind of vibing it based on labels. And I thought, oh shit, the MiG-29 can start both engines at once, because it's got Zapusk dwóch, start both, Lev prav, Levi pravi. And then the center position is dwóch, both. What that actually is an automated sequencing, so it starts the left engine first, then the right engine. It's not actually starting both engines simultaneously. Dog is just a little dictator that gets mad when I'm 5 minutes late for her WALK. I have to spell it out because she understands a lot of words. She's a husky. Daphne thinks she's a husky. Daphne is convinced that she's still a big, strong sled dog. So whenever I do say the W word, she gets super excited, starts doing zoomies, making gremlin noises, barking at me constantly. Tries to eat her harness, because for some reason she doesn't understand she has to be wearing it to go out. Yeah, the fucking ekran is stuffed. That's alright, we don't know. Where we're going, we don't need no ekran. But yeah, Daph is obviously hearing the call of her sled dog ancestors and thinks that she is one. I don't think she can read yet, but I'm sure we'll find out. It's like how my parents figured out when I learned to read, because they used to tell me that Toys R Us was actually called Arus, and it was a boring adult, not adult store, that sounds wrong, like a furniture store or a homeware store or something. Something that's boring to a toddler. And then they found out I could read when one day Mum came back from buying, birthday presents or something, and Dad was sitting there with this defeated look on his face like he knows. He knows. How does he know? And then from the backseat of the car, I just call out, "Mummy, that says toys!" Oh, yep. Jig's up. There's no coming back from that. Yeah, we've broken the ekran again somehow. The damper's still not running because the flight control test isn't done yet. I think we might have accidentally interrupted the flight control test. Or we just... Oh. No, it's fine. I guess. Yep, okay, we're good. I'm very rusty in this specifically. I've been flying my 21 Bezpieczny for the last couple of days, and I've been absolutely fucking slamming blue players by the dozen. I'm not exaggerating. It's been kind of disgusting how easy it's been. I think we're up to 14 kills without loss at this point in the 21, and I'm sure I just jinxed myself. As well as a couple in the Su-25. One Phantom with a missile and one F5 with the gun. He should have had the drop on me, but he ended up flying in front of me instead, and yeah, we know how that goes. I do want to close out Aquinox on stream at some point. If I click this, that will arm it, yes. I was just wanting to make sure it wouldn't actually fire it. I am setting myself up for failure, aren't I? Honestly, though, the quality of the fucking F4 pilots in this place, Robin Olds would be rolling in his fucking grave, man. Like, no offense, Blue 4. Okay, maybe offense, Blue 4. But you guys, like, come the fuck on. Be real, baby girl. We had one that just autopiloted straight into a pair of R3Rs without apparently even recognizing there was a MiG stalking him. There was another one that ended up on my tail, because I was busy dealing with his wingman. Ended up on my tail, in perfect position for a fucking guns kill or a sidewinder, and just didn't shoot. And then ended up out in front of me, at which point he disengaged and fucking ran for dear life. Don't blame him. Another one that was... Oopsie, wrong direction. Another one that was right up my asshole. Fired at least 2 missiles on the way in, but the geometry wasn't good and they both missed. Like, I only saw the smoke trails after the missiles were in the air. They should have killed me, but they didn't. Because he was just too far away and from too strong an angle. And, then I got him into a rolling scissors, at which point he engaged in a rolling scissors with the ground, because he got way too slow and way too low. Like, I don't know what's going on with the not the Tomcats, the Phantoms in here, but, yeah. They're not sending their best. They really are not sending their best. So we're flying a 29 because I have the points to fly a 29 and I kind of feel like getting some more hours in it. But we might drop back to flying Bespechny later because she has been very kind to me for the last couple of days. You know it's serious when the MiG-21 has a fucking name, hey? Fucking 810 kilometers an hour already, we're barely off the runway. I love this thing. And I just realized I have forgotten to hit shuffle on the playlist, so it's just playing in sequence. Big brain. .052. Large, that's either a Phantom or a Tomcat. What the fuck is he doing? Also, that helps. Cut the throttle back a bit, we don't need to be flogging it. Got a couple kills in this over the past, what, 2-3 weeks? I've been playing a little bit of DCS here and there where I can fit it in. So yeah, a couple kills in the MiG-29 so far. I think a couple of Vigans, an F5 or two, couple of Phantoms. Phantoms drop to this thing pretty easy. And again, the quality of Phantom pilots in DCS is just fucking dog shit. No offense, Daphne. I just watched, before I started DCS and got the stream going, I just watched the 14 BU trailer. That is, man, they're fucking knocking the trailers out of the park, hey? There's a good trailer, and it looks really good too, actually. I'm pretty keen for it. It's a little bit digital for me, but not too much digital for me, so I probably will actually fly it. Not as much as the old analog birds, but still. Daff, that's a really awkward spot for you to be sitting, honey. You're kind of falling off my shoulder. Can you hop down? Can you... She's like braced herself between my back and the chair. There you go, honey. Say hello. You're gonna hop down, are you? I mean, yeah, especially in this day and age, what with the cost of living being what it is, but at the same time, they do need something to kind of fund the additional work that's gone into the other F-14 variants. I mean, having said that, they've made an absolute moss off the Phantom, let's be real, but they did invest quite a bit of money in it too. I mean, I'm kind of talking out my ass because I don't think I actually need to spend to get it still. I'm not quite sure how that whole arrangement's working, but put it this way, I would actually spend on it regardless. Especially now that I'm back in gainful employment. I'm not getting paid really much less than I was getting working as a public servant either, which is very, very funny to me. It's slightly less, but once you take out the fact that while I was in the APS, I was constantly paying off, like, purchased leave and things like that, and I wasn't full-time, it's not that much of a difference. No, actually, we do want to be an interleaved. 023 cold. Radar is actually on. No, it's not. That would explain a few things. It was still in fucking dummy illumination. Yes, this is a Yiddish song about the Chernobyl disaster. Don't ask me how I found it, I don't remember. Because, the Pripyat marshes, unlike a certain patch of the Mediterranean coast, actually is the ancestral homeland of a large part of my people. 017 for 66. Oh, he's still pretty out there. Yeah, I'm not surprised the radar doesn't see him yet. We'll just play with the modes a bit and see if we can get anything. Probably not until we get closer, though. So they're probably mostly going to be operating up around the north. There we go, there's something. Is it a real contact or is it clutter? Honestly, sometimes what's the difference? 67... It's still cold. Readjust my pedals too, they're sitting a bit off center, so I'm constantly feeding in left pedal by accident. Okay, flanking right, here we go. Might turn and engage, I hope he does. Where Doggo? She would have been on my shoulder when you wrote that, she's on my lap now. She's doing really well. She's understandably pissed off about being left at home for most of the day while I'm at work, but we make up for it when I get home. Also, Talia being my ex, said that she's probably going to try and keep most, if not all, of the current litter, because she's just obsessed with them. So there's a chance that the little black girl puppy, is going to come live with us for a bit. Because the orange one's her favourite. The orange one's like a mini-me of Hyacinth, Daphne's sister. So we'll probably have a little friend for Daphne at some point. And she might get along better with her younger siblings than with her litter mates. 020 for 50. Hot. That does sound pretty hot. Where is it? Let me kill it. Missiles are prepped. Manual mode, so I don't have to rely on the fire gating. Master arm is on. Radar should be set up. Oh, yay, hello. Daphne thought I was talking to her just then. We'll just hard lock that, I reckon, if it'll let us. It's not going to let us. This radar is a bit finicky. Understatement of the century. I also don't fully know how to use it properly yet, which doesn't help. Metrics 5.2, so they're pretty well below me. There we go. Oh, I even see them. Catch, fuckhead! Oh, there was no point in the second one, but catch that too, fuckhead. Eat shit and die. There we go. That's how we do them. Of course, that was both our R27, so we're now in dogfight mode. But that's kind of what you want in the 29. You end up with such heavy trim from firing one R27 that it throws out your dogfighting, so you just kind of get rid of the R27s and get in close. Seems to be the accepted practice, that's what everyone else does. That seems to be what a lot of the pilots prefer to do as well. You know, at least in training exercises. Most of them never engaged in real combat. Some did. What are you? Ground plotter, maybe. The radar is pretty decent at filtering clutter, but every now and then it will throw something. We're going to come back off the throttle a bit, because we're fanging it. We don't need to be. We'll also probably climb back up to altitude a bit. We won't get too high. Oh, they're all in the weeds, actually. Yeah, that'll be ground clutter down there. Or possibly friendlies, although they're not giving IFF returns. The I've got the radar set to Chujoi, so there's a switch that's Chujoi and Svoi. Theirs and ours, basically, or like stranger and ours. That's your IFF filter. So with it set to Svoi, it will lock friendlies as well. With it set to Chujoi, it will only lock unknown or hostile. It'll reject a lock on a friendly. With the radar, the Erst will lock whatever the fuck you tell it to, because the Erst can't IFF. .289 for 130. They're probably RTB. Did the C-130 drop yet? Yes, it has. Quite a while ago, actually. I have flown it a few times, not in multiplayer, but just offline. I've not learnt the startup sequence or anything, I just literally was like, I wonder how this handles. It handles really well for an aircraft that size. I would have preferred an older C-130 variant, because obviously anything older I would prefer. DCS really should lean into the Cold War, I think. But for what it is, it's quite nice. And like, it has a really in-depth back end to the module. Like, you've got your little EFIS stand-in that lets you change the weight and balance of the aircraft, change the cargo load, stuff like that. You can go to the Loadmaster station and click stuff on their control panel. It's really cool. Oversteered a bit. 285 for this guy. Although It looks like the ones down south are coming after us. This guy's probably RTB. Back to Anapa, maybe Krimsk. When's the next server restart? Knowing my luck, it's probably the next tick. Nah, we've still got quite a while. Like, more than 3 hours. Good. I don't know how much battery charge I've got on my track IR, so we'll see how we go. If it does die partway through the session, I'll have to go do something else. Maybe I'll do Aquinox until it charges or something. I do want to finish Aquinox on stream, but I can't guarantee when that'll happen. We do have our progress saved at least. And then at some point in the future, I want to do Aquinox too. And then eventually the new one, it's not that new. Hun is just around the corner, and fuck me, that thing looks good. Now, I did promise Super Saber a 24-hour Hun stream when it comes out. I've told him this already. I'm not going to be able to do it, because between the demands of the Gremlin and my full-time job, I can't do 24-hour streams. But I will try and get like as many hours as possible on stream in the Hun, because I think I'm gonna fly the fucking pants off that thing. I also think, now that we've got the MiG-29, can we just get rid of the F1 off red, please? Like, let alone the Skyhawk. Okay, I've got a piece to say about the Skyhawk in this server. So the last time I played the Skyhawk, I slotted in on blue without realizing, because I can't read apparently, that there were notices saying, hey, Skyhawk, red only, blah blah blah, don't slot up into Skyhawk on blue. Oopsie. Sorry, Heatblur, if you're watching. I can't read. I'm just, you know, reading is hard. The Skyhawk shouldn't be on red, it should be on blue. I don't remember the exact rationale for it being on red. I think it might be something to do with, oh, if people don't have the mod, they see a Su-27, so we're putting it on red to avoid team kills. My brother in Christ, I am a reptile. When I see an American-built jet framed in calm turquoise, my instinct is just pull the weapon release and R60, go. That's... The neuron fires, and that's what happens. That's all my brain knows how to do. I couldn't help but notice the 14BU includes some features that were announced for the F-Hundo. I wonder if they were always planned, or if it was just like, oh fuck, we gotta step our game up. It's good to see, though. And as you guys know, my sort of stance towards Heatblur has softened a lot since they fixed the Viggen, because that was such a source of frustration. And now it flies as it should. It's still got a few niggles here and there that need tweaking, but it's a fun thing to fly, and it's a fun thing to fight now, because it does what it should. I was intercepting Viggens in the 21 yesterday, and I was able to catch them. If they jettisoned all their stores and gone Zone 3, I wouldn't have been able to, but because they weren't doing that, I could catch them. And, you know, even if they had gone Zone 3, they'd only be doing 1450 kilometers an hour. They wouldn't be doing 1789, which is what it used to do on the deck, after you'd jettisoned your air-to-ground and fired your air-to-air off. Because it, like... I think a lot of modules in DCS probably still have some negative drag issues, but the Viggen was just like, you want to show someone negative drag? Boy, watch this. And now it flies as it should. It's a fun module. I was just thinking I should stream it again. I did stream it, I think, a couple months ago, but I should do it again. It's a cool aircraft. Okay, I've been kind of... not autopilot, but autopilot. I don't actually know where the fuck I am. I think I'm just by Krimsk. Oh, yeah. Fuck, I'm good. I think that's Krimsk down there. Well, correction, no. That might be it. Yeah, no, that's, Krasnodar. Okay, I'm further east than I thought. Alright, so I'm not actually over the front line yet. We will be shortly, so yeah, Krimsk is that way. Can't quite see the airbase from here, but it's over that way. I think it's the... That looks like it there. No, it's not, because that's not a lake. That's just a dark patch of ground. It's a cluster of buildings. Alright, well, Krimsk is that way. Like, over there somewhere. It's probably on the shore of that lake, or the next one over. Yeah, on Caucasus, I rarely need to consult the map. I'll still look at it when I'm doing ground attacks, so I can tell exactly where the front line is, so I don't accidentally pop our own guys. But for air-to-air, like, brother, I have spent so long over this patch of the Earth in DCS, I don't need no map. To the point where I can even remember the approximate bearings to get to an airbase from any other area of the map. Or, like, I can memorize if I'm sort of over the coastline between... Oh, hello. That's a customer, apparently. If I'm over the coastline between Anapa, more or less, or especially like Gelenjik and Sukhumi, 120 means something is basically following the coastline. Like if something is 120 from me and I'm over the coast, it means it's following the coastline. Can we lock that? Yes, we can. It is hostile. 25 kilometers. It's got something else with it, unless that was a ground return, but we're a MiG-29, so we have the speed of heat. We're just going to swoop in with the R60s. They are R60Ms on this. The 21 in this weapon set only gets the R60 regular, not the M. So you have to actually set up your attacks, which is not that hard when the players in here are of the quality they are. One thing you notice... Oh, fuck's sake. One thing you notice in the Full Fidelity 29 versus the FC3 is the steering cue is horizon stabilized, so to speak. It's not actually. It just follows exactly where the thing is relative to you. But the radar antenna cue, that little tiny diamond icon, is not horizon stabilized. So when it's slid all the way over to the right of the HUD, it means the target is to your right, but you get no height information. It's like all the way to your right relative to the horizon. 055. Cold. That would be why we dropped him. He's also quite low. We're going to drop down a bit as well. Zero, 8, 9. Ooh, big sweeping turn, hey? We'll punch off the belly tank. Don't need that no more. That might be it. Nope. Can't lock it. It's 114 for 15. It's going to be difficult to pick up. Probably going to have to play with our Delta H a bit as well. I think they know they're being hunted by a 29 and they don't want any of this smoke. 122 for 7. Jesus, I'm overhauling them pretty quick. .240 for 1.7. Uh-oh. Okay, we're gonna go up so we don't overshoot too badly. Medium is possibly a Vigan. Maybe an A10. Or actually, the A10 probably comes up as large, I forget. .297 for 3. In the weeds. They were flanking left. This is where it's dangerous in the 29, when you can't actually see them. 058 for 3. Hot. There you are. No. Did he not have IFF on? Well, no, he's an FC3 module. He would have to. What the fuck? Why did it come up with him as hostile? Oh, that's embarrassing. Sorry, Su-25, at least it was only a single R60. No, it's a Phantom. Why did it not reject the lock on him? That's weird. Like, I should have visually checked, but also, it should have just straight up not locked him. Okay, we're way slow. We will have no issues raiding a Phantom, but we are very slow. See, if I'd been in this vertical scan mode with the, Erst, then it should have locked him regardless, because no IFF, but we had the radar on him, and it was showing A, which is hostile. That's a dead Phantom. If anyone asked he was defecting, we all saw it, yep. We're gonna get some altitude. Can't type past my fucking HOTAS. Daphne, that is a really bad position to be sitting. She's like literally wedged down my back. We're also low on fuel, so we're gonna get the fuck out of here. Somebody's coming for us, but we don't want any of that. Daph, can you please... Babe? Oh my god. Yes, I love you too. She's licking me. Can you... I love you too, and thank you for the kisses, but can you actually hop off my shoulder, please? And, like, either climb back onto it properly, or sit on my lap. 263. Okay, I'm gonna need to actually plug in the burner to get some speed and get the fuck out of here. Daphne, oh my god. There you go. Yeah, she really does do what she wants. We are now very low fuel, with someone bearing down on us at a reasonably high rate of knots. I think we'll be okay though. We'll draw them back towards Krasnodar. Okay, shuffle should be on now. Okay, yep, they've broken off. We're good. We're just gonna land at Krasnodar center. We're not gonna try for Pashkovsky. Alright, this has got weird air brakes, so it's not like a switch in most modules, it's a button. Kind of like how the MiG-15 and 19 have an air brake button on the stick, and then an air brake switch. This just has the button, but it's on the throttle where you'd expect it to be. So you don't have a way of locking your air brake out, as far as I'm aware. You just have to hold the button, which is... I mean, it kind of makes sense when you understand the way the air brake... What is... Why can I not say that word today? When the air brake is, like, used the way it's meant to be, you're not supposed to hog on it, you're only supposed to use it to slow down. You know, you can't land with the air brake out because it would foul the gear or rather, it would foul the runway, because it hangs down below the tail. Not quite as badly as a fucking A7 air brake, but still pretty badly. Okay, we're gonna drop the gear. We're gonna drop the flaps. That should help bring our speed down. The air brake is going to self-retract anyway, so I can take pressure off the button. This is a really cooked approach. We're slightly out of, well, more than slightly out of trim, but... Hey, Gern. Good to see you, man. Deadstick has a playtest available on Steam now. Yeah, I heard about that. I'm pretty time limited at the moment, but I'll have to try and check it out at some point. I got to get back into Derail Valley too. It's been too long since I played my train autism game. And as I was saying at the start of the stream, I'm probably going to cave in and get automation at some point now that I'm a car guy. I need to get a wheel as well, wheel and driving pedals, but that's a much further down the road thing, because that's going to be spendy. And also, I don't know where the fuck I'm going to keep them. I don't have much room, and I don't have much in terms of unoccupied USB ports. Probably have to switch between my flying gear and driving gear. And that's going to fuck with the old IL-2 games, because they do not remember device IDs when you unplug things. You've got to rebind shit every time you do it, which is very annoying. I do have BeamNG. Yeah, I forgot that automation integrates with it, which is quite cool, but like probably most of the cars I have downloaded in BeamNG are automation ones, including a couple of Citroens, although they don't have interiors. Well, one of them does, but it's the wrong interior. It's like a generic one, not a Citroen interior. Speaking of Citroens, I've been bitten by the bug again. If someone offered me a BX that wasn't like literally a heap of rust on the floor, I would buy it. But BXs are unfortunately not very common these days, because people didn't treat them with the respect they deserved in the 2000s, and a lot of them got scrapped. That was a way smoother landing than it should have been. I would kill to own another BX, dude. I love those cars so much. And like, yeah, it would be a mechanical nightmare if anything went wrong, but I can fix a BX. I have fixed a BX before. Like, I spent half my teenage weekends fixing BXs, just so that we could go anywhere the rest of the weekend. So it's not like I don't know what I'm doing. Rust I can't fix, and I know how expensive it is to get bodywork done because, you know, I work in the industry now. But mechanical work I could do myself, most of it. And the stuff I couldn't, I just have to figure out who to get to do that. Like, you know, stuff that requires equipment I don't have, things like that. Should I know how to fix car bodywork rust? Welding, if it's a steel body car. Or, you know, a lot of people just use Bondo. Bondo's not really designed for that. Bondo's for filling dents and shit, not for building out where the skin panels have been completely fucking destroyed. Where's the chute jettison in this? It's that, isn't it? Yeah. Spros parachuta. Rust is fixable, but it's neither easy nor cheap. Yeah, no, I know. And especially the way that a BX rusts, it tends to hide it very well until it's a lost cause. Things like the sill panels tend to go. Or the rear jack reinforcement, which also is the one of the main fucking structural elements of the entire rear end of the car. What am I doing? I'm not in a MiG-21. I have actual nose wheel steering in this. We'll just pull up on this taxiway and rearm. I really hope that Su-25 made it home. It was an R60. I saw flames, so they lost at least one engine. But they weren't, they weren't burning. Like, when the fuel tank goes on the Su-25, you get this massive gout of flame behind, in the wing joint behind the cockpit. And the aircraft is cooked. It's going to explode within about a minute if that happens. Didn't see that, so he should be okay. As long as he had one engine functional, he should have made it home. You can easily make it home on one engine in the Su-25, even with some loadout still on it. If you jettison everything, then it easily does it. Daphne, she's sitting in the hood of my hoodie, and it's choking me. Why are you like this, child? I need you on my lap, bub, because my shoulder's already starting to hurt. Can you come down? Daphne, I'll give you a good girl treat if you come down. Down? Down? You want Milky Stick? Do you want Milky Stick? Good girl treat? Good girl treat? Yeah, oh, that got her attention. Up down? Good girl. You wanna say hello to everybody? Say hello! I love you, honey. Oh, thank you for the kiss. You're gonna hop on the floor? Okay. She's probably gonna start yapping at me and demanding attention soon. She's not too bad when I stream, actually. I think she can tell I'm talking to people, so she leaves me alone, mostly. No, okay, we're not doing that today, are we? We're gonna be a nuisance today. She's had 2 adventures to the dog park in as many days, so she is a bit full of energy. Okay, I'm going to... This is such a bad habit. I'm going to send some distractions for you to find around the apartment. In other words, I'm going to throw bits of treat around the place for her to sniff out. The problem is, she goes through so many Milky Sticks per day, I need to stop doing this, it's not good for her. She is way overfed. And not on proper food. On the other hand, I picked up her Auntie Prada when I went to visit my ex the other day, well, yesterday, and Auntie Prada weighs about twice what I remember her weighing, because she gets way too many treats. That's right, I forgot to boot up SRS. I doubt there's much comms happening anyway. They're still refueling me? Jesus. They take their time on the 29. Could be worse, you could have to restore damaged bodywork on the Studebaker Avanti. The entire body was a monolithic unit of fiberglass like a boat hull. Fiberglass isn't too bad, honestly. You can kind of Bondo that. Well, actually, not even Bondo. You could use fucking fiberglass repair tape over it. Like, metal's not too bad if it's steel. The problem is, this is less so with old cars, it's modern ones mostly, but modern cars use so many different kinds of materials and so many very specific grades of metal. It's partly cost-cutting, partly engineering, you know, it's engineered failure, so when you have a crash, it fails in a particular, predictable, safe way. The problem is, it really limits your repair options. In the old days, whether it's rust damage or crash damage, if you had a fucked piece of the car, whether it's a panel or frame, you just angle grind it out, weld in a new piece, you're good to go. If you can't do that with the majority of modern cars. In fact, there are entire sections of a modern car where if there is any damage at all, you bin the entire part and get a new one. Because it can't be repaired without fucking up the structural integrity of it. People also, like, I've seen people say, oh, you just, they try and pressure you into getting new parts or whatever because they want to make a profit. No, like, panel beaters don't make that much of a profit off new parts. Labor is what makes money for them, because the parts, they're paying to get them in the first place, right? And unless they can get a, you know, a parallel part off a good supplier pretty cheap, they're paying a lot for it. They're not making much margin on the part. I can say this from experience now. I know how much we pay for stuff and how much we actually make profit on it. So panel beaters aren't making a lot on parts, and some manufacturers, you basically make almost nothing on them. Anything German. So the issue isn't that they're trying to make money off you. The issue is that the labor cost of repairing the part would be higher than the cost of just buying a new one. Because it's either difficult to repair, or it'll take a long time, like, not difficult, but it'll take a long time, stuff like that. Like, if a panel beater, generally, not all of them I'm sure, but generally, if they try and get a new part instead of repair, it's because the new part is cheaper. Or the existing part just cannot be repaired safely. Oh, RAN Skyhawk. Cute. Hey, buddy. You should be on blue. You really should be on blue, my friend. Yes, Daphne, hold on, sweetie. She wants attention. Slightly out of trim. 57 kilometers, hey? That's a friendly. See the double return? That's friendly. So we should not be able to lock that. Yep, it rejected the lock. Although he also flew out of our radar's sight, so that probably didn't help. Why is my gear still down? I put that up. I'm pretty sure I put it... Oh, because I put the handle to neutral, not up. Oopsie, we may have oversped it slightly. Looks like it retracted okay, though. I'm so used to the habit in the 21 of returning the handle to neutral that I forget to actually put it all the way up in the 29. We're also going to neutral out the trim because this roll trim is hard to counter. I'm not very coordinated with my trim hat, so like if I have just the tiniest bit of roll trim on, it's really hard for me to compensate. I overshoot one way or the other. So we'll just neutral out the trim instead and do it that way. Put our master arm on. Pick up a bit more altitude. Hey Steve, yeah, I'm doing well. Just been really busy with work. Work and Daphne. can't lock it. Definitely get a lot more task saturation in the full fidelity 29 because you have to manually operate a lot of the radar controls, and because of the way I bound it up, it's less gamey. So, for example, my master mode and my radar mode, or my combat mode rather, combat regime, are on the little whatchamacallem, the knobby things on my throttle, or like on my throttle base rather. Whereas before, I was able to switch my radar modes just with the front switches on the throttle or on the stick. Now it's not, you know, to the level where I'd have to physically reach forward like in the actual jet, but it's a lot closer. And just remembering which knob to hit for which function and which, you know, and going through all the different ones, because you've got to flip through the other functions to get to the Erst or to get to close combat modes, does make it a bit more of a workload. You definitely want to plan ahead with your engagements a bit more. You don't want to be fumbling for it in a fight. So if you're going BVR, you want to be set up for BVR. If you're going, you know, fucking knife fight in a phone booth, you want to be set up for that before you get into the merge. Well before you get into the merge. Once the muscle memory gets a little more concreted in, it should be less of an issue, but I find for now, like, if I get merged all of a sudden, I'm fumbling for controls and I'm often ending up in the wrong mode. The advantage of the 29, of course, is if you do end up in the, you know, having a complete spaghetti pockets moment in a merge, you can just fucking accelerate out of it and nothing will follow you. Except maybe an F-16 that knows what they're doing. Look, a distraction! Look, a distraction! Look, a distraction! I'll pick her back up in a little while. I just don't want her on my shoulder because it's already sore. We are conning, so that should chum the waters a bit. Stick's right in front of the chat. I might try and move it over a bit. Went through a couple of feast programs at work. Now we're in famine cycle. I am doing the work of 2 or 3 people at the moment because we're super short-staffed. Spoiler, the entire automotive industry is short-staffed, including all our parts suppliers. But it's good in that I'm always busy. There's always something for me to do. The issue is just every now and then I'll have a bit of a panic trying to prioritize what needs to get done first. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. It's interesting work, like actually interesting work, and I like the people I work with. They're all pretty chill. It feels good to be around, like, you know, proper working people again. Not, no disrespect to my previous team, they were really good, but more so like the upper echelons of the public service. They're so disconnected from reality, it's not funny. And being in that environment is just like fucking mentally damaging unless you are also of the lizard type. I also don't have to be diplomatic at work. If I want to swear my fucking head off, I can. If I want to call a customer a fuckwit, as long as they're not in the building, because they're fucking us around or being rude or whatever, I can. Like, I don't need to be diplomatic. Because nobody else is. My boss certainly isn't. Yep, this is the full fidelity 29. Looks like they've all shifted south. They must have realized there's a 29 airborne in the north and they've decided they don't want that smoke, but they're going to get it because we're just going to head south. When you go easy on the throttle and you're at altitude, I'm not even that high up, 7,400 meters, so about 24-ish thousand feet. This thing just sips. Look at that, predicted range, 1,160 kilometers at current speed, altitude, and throttle setting. If I went up to about 12 or 13,000 and throttled right back, we'd be pushing even better numbers than that. We'd be pushing probably 13, 1400. What's server heat blur? So, the artist formerly known as Enigma's Cold War. There are a lot of decisions they've made that I don't like, for example, putting the Skyhawk on blue, on red, I think that was fucking stupid and unjustifiable. But they've maintained the character of the server, like the basic gameplay is still pretty much the same, which is good. I play on contention every now and then when this server's not populated, but I have issues with contention. One of which, I mean, it has the same silly thing of blue aircraft on red, but contention additionally has the stupid thing of, it forces the unrealistic ASP mode in the MiG-21. So what it does is when you lock somebody, either your missile heads see something or your radar locks somebody, your fucking gun pipper jumps to it and tries to follow it. Only in the vertical plane, not horizontal. And that has thrown me off so many fucking shots because it suddenly jumps away, or like I'm trying to intercept somebody and it's like I'm usually watching my gun pipper as my reference of this is where the aircraft's nose is going, and it's slowly creeping up, so I miss my intercept cue completely. The only way to avoid it is to switch the ASP into full manual mode, and then you don't have the automatic range compensation anymore. It's frustrating. I don't know why they've got that option locked to override the player setting. It's fucking stupid. They shouldn't even allow that option. They should just disable it and override the player setting. But if you're going to enable it, at least don't override the player. As you can see, I haven't become any less opinionated in my time away from DCS. But, you know, also, that's not just an opinion, that's objectively correct. I'm strongly in favor of that entire feature being removed from the 21 in general. I think a lot of people are, but it's a holdover from back in the old days. When DCS players were only used to fucking Gen 4 Blue Force shit or the FC3 Soviet Gen 4s. So they'd lose their shit if they had to actually look down at their radar screen to figure out if something was off their nose or not. Too bad, they're gonna see mine regardless. Opinion, that is. You want to see the other, you have to pay extra. Incidentally, I'm not about to announce my OnlyFans, don't get too excited. If you guys want to see more of Daphne now has an Instagram account because I don't need to have a security clearance anymore, so I don't need to fucking worry about telling Agfa about every single fucking online account I ever have or had. So I made an Instagram account for her. It's Daph the Gremlin, all one word. D-A-P-H the Gremlin. I only post to it when I remember to, and my phone is full. I need to clear space for more photos and videos and stuff, but it is what it is. If you want to see more Daphne, then it's there. And, like, why wouldn't you want to see more Daphne? She's fucking adorable. And she's also pawing at my leg, demanding I pick her back up. Alright, hang on, Daffy Daff. We're gonna put the 29 into auto level. I'm gonna pause my track IR so I don't make you guys seasick. You want to play? Oh, Daphne, I'm busy. How about you come be my co-pilot again, except not on my shoulder? You want this? You want treat? Yeah? Dad pick you up? Whoa, hello. Had a revelation with my track IR today? Oh yes. A little bit of a wobble there as I accidentally stamp on the rudder to lever myself back into my chair. Fine, you can sit on my shoulder if you sit there properly and you don't fidget around. But I gotta move my chair now because it keeps sinking. Jitters are slowly going away. Nice. Yeah, once you get it fully dialed in and you get the muscle memory, it's a thing of beauty. I'm still getting used to the slightly different arrangement of the wireless one, and it is a little more sensitive to reflected sunlight, or like if the seams are a little out, some of the red light or infrared light leaks out from the housing. That's why there's masking tape all over it. So I noticed that, actually, I don't think it was a split seam. I think it's just, the plastic it's made of is so glossy, it reflects itself in certain lighting conditions, so I just taped over it to stop that. Yeah, Daphne's a Pomeranian. She had her second birthday a couple of weeks ago, on the 19th of May, so she's 2 years old now. She still has puppy energy, she still acts like a puppy. Actually, that's not true. Puppies aren't quite as, like, demonic as she is. She knows all the crimes. I don't remember if I've mentioned this on stream before, but one time she really had she's really pissed off at me about something. I think I was working from home and she wanted attention and I was in a meeting. So, she's toilet trained. She goes on her puppy pad in the bathroom. Or if she doesn't make that, she's got Connie mats in this room. So she's toilet trained and she's pretty good with it. So she went to the bathroom, used her puppy pad, and I was like, okay, well, she just needed the toilet. But I didn't see her come back out. Well, she came back out holding a poop in her mouth and very carefully placed it right behind my chair, right next to one of the wheels. And then sat there and started barking at me to get my attention. So I turn around, look at her, roll my chair back to see what she wants, and grind a poop into the carpet. And she just sat there with this big shit-eating grin on her face, like, haha. Hey Trip, good to see you, man. Appreciate the sub. There's a super reactive, it's some kind of big dog, I'm not sure what breed, but there's a super reactive dog on the corner of our building at the ground level. Every time another dog goes past it, it loses its fucking mind. Daphne will... We can be walking on the, like, you know, not directly past it. There's a path between two parallel streets. We can be walking down the street, and she will pull towards it and start growling and barking until it starts, and then she'll just, like, run off. Like, she's such a shithead. She just causes fights for no reason. Other than her own entertainment. Belly tank can go, it's empty. $339 for 103. Oh, so they've gone north again. And they're chasing me too. This tends to be the experience during lower population hours on this server. You bounce between the north and the south as people spawn in. Like, you commit on one group and suddenly the other group will decide to come after you. I don't know. I have no idea what movies this song was in. This song is just like... You have to know this song if you are an Australian. I don't know if it's in the citizenship test, but, like, I wouldn't be surprised if it was. It's one of those songs. It's kind of like the crowd response to, Am I Ever Gonna See Your Face Again by the Angels. You just kind of pop out knowing it. Or in my case where, you know, I'm Canadian, but Australian by descent, you know, mum's from here. You don't necessarily pop out knowing it, but you, like, the reptile memory comes back as soon as you move to Australia. Can I lock you? Nope. Okay. 346 for 100. So there are fair ways out. We've headed pretty far south. We're, that's Tuapse. I love how I just immediately recognize that. That's Tuapse, so... That there would be Galenjik. Novorossiysk is up there. So we're a fair way south of Krimsk. We're not quite at the mountains yet. We were just kind of skirting the mountains, but we're a fair way south. We're in a very slight descent because I don't know how to trim. It's getting jitter if I held my head still while looking at my left knee. Basically, since I started using track IR, I've gotten a habit of using precision mode, which means it moves a bit slower, but you don't really get jitter. It's very precise. And because I do have occasional motor tics, and I'm just a twitchy person in general, having, like, a much larger range of motion and then slower movement is good for me. Like, a lot of people I've seen using track IR, they've got it tuned way more sensitive. Like, they just basically do this and they've turned a full 180. Like, if I have a tic, which I probably shouldn't, like, mimic it because it might either set it off or she's on my shoulder, it might frighten her, but, like, normally my shoulder will go up and my head will go back a bit. So, like, that kind of motion for me, if I had it to set to go all the way back, it'd make you guys seasick. And it'd disorient me, so... You may also notice I look around a lot, so... It's a good neck workout. Also, very funny, turns out one of the guys I work with, not a panel beater, but one of the car washers, he must have Tourette syndrome. Or some other, like, Tourette-like tic disorder, because he constantly is having vocal tics. He hasn't triggered mine yet, but it's going to be very funny when that eventually happens. Because I don't really have vocal ones, but I do have motor ones. Whereas for him it seems like the opposite. See, the guys up north have dropped off scope. Don't know whether they died or landed or just are flying low, but... I think for the rest of this sortie, since we've already punched off the belly tank, we do have the range to head south if we wanted to, but I think we'll just hang out north for now, for this sortie. And, then we'll shift south. We'll actually spawn in down there, I think. Oh, Daphne, my shoulder's getting really sore, hon. Can you please hop in my lap? Lap? You want treat? Yes, she does want treat. I like her being up on my shoulder, it's just that when my shoulder's already a bit sore, like it is today, it's not a good idea. Like, that is a good way to give myself a serious back injury. I've already done it twice. And I don't want to be hobbling into work on, well, tomorrow. Today's a public holiday, that's why I'm streaming. I want to be hobbling into work unable to move, so... She's gonna have to make do with the lap for now. We are up in Cons. That's Krasnodar. That's Pashkovsky Airport down there. Krasnodar Center is under the cloud. Most of these big lakes, they're actually reservoirs that you see in DCS Caucasus, were built in the late 50s and late 40s, early 50s. Almost all of these were built post-war. So if you overfly this on IL-2, the river's there, but there's no big reservoir. That's not really there. Like, there's a couple of smaller lakes and reservoirs, but this big one ain't there. I don't think the big one by Krimsk is either. The Soviets went on an absolute dam building blitz after the war, and were able to electrify a lot of the country by doing it. Well, most of it was already electrified, but like they were able to strengthen their electrical grid. Whoop, careful. Jesus, Daphne, don't climb up my arm while I'm trying to do stuff. It's okay, I caught her, she's fine. Sit still. I need to get her a little, like, ramp and then a thing, like a little bed she can sit on next to my desk. Because there's not really enough room for both of us up here if I'm trying to fly. Normally she just lays on my desk in front of me, but I can't do that when my HOTAS is in her spot. $269 for 124 hot. Haha. We're not going to fully commit on them. We're just going to... We're going to kind of... sort of flank. And see if we can pick them up at the edge of the antenna. And then commit. We'll let them get confident and think that I haven't seen them or something, and then we'll commit on them and fucking slap them. The only problem is that if they're low enough, we might have a little difficulty. It is a look-down, shoot-down radar, but it's not always reliable engaging stuff low to the ground. And I've got to get the Delta H correct. So they're 90 kilometers. I'm just going to sit the TDC at about the range they're at, so I know, even with them not on scope. And that way, if they do pop up, it'll box them pretty quick. It's in track while flyby, which is kind of track while scan, kind of not. And basically what it does is the radar automatically prioritizes the highest threat on scope and soft locks it. And then it'll hard lock once they're within weapons range. Or once I tell it to. We got a friendly left of the nose, close, about 15-20 kilometers. Might be going for the same target. $246 for 48. Okay, they are getting close. There's a second, it looks like. Okay, that won't lock. That's probably still that friendly, just the IFF's dropped. Yep, see, it rejected the lock as soon as the IFF came back. We're gonna go back to interleaved. Because it's a little better at closer range stuff. 39 kilometers on the deck. Like, straight up on the deck. The radar is not gonna like that. And they are hauling ass. It is good that we got a friend coming in as well. Because that gives us a little more wiggle room. There we go. Resolution, launch authorized, but we're not going to fire just yet. We're going to let him get a little closer. Into no escape. Make sure the belly tank's definitely punched off, because it does limit our maneuverability a bit with it on. Okay, yep, that's our target. They're passing underneath us. They're very low. Ah, we dropped lock. Oh, we got him, that's why. Okay. $247 for 14. They're actually above us. So we're down to R60Ms now, which means we're going to have to get up close and personal. 270 for 10. They've turned cold. The vertical scan extends way up above the nose. Like, it's angled upwards. It's generally designed for use across the circle in a dogfight. So, you want to make sure the nose is actually under what you're trying to lock. By a pretty decent margin. Same as the MiG-23 MLD vertical scan. Okay, we can't quite get him with that. We're very fast, so we may have overtaken them at this point. They've also dropped off scope, which means they may have just died or disconnected or something. Oi, oi, oi. Fuck! I saw that too late. Well, we bagged a couple things in the 29, but as usual, I do not have as much success in the 29 as the 21. Fuck, man. I should have been paying attention. I didn't realize I was so close to Krimsk. You know what else? You know why we didn't know we were being shot at? Does anyone in chat care to venture why I didn't realize I'd been shot at by a SAM? I forgot to turn the fucking SPO on. That's why. I'm a dumbass. Alright, let's switch south. We'll fly out of Sochi. We'll take the 29 again. This time we'll remember to put the fucking RWR on. What a dipshit. I knew there was something I'd forgotten. Of all the things, it had to be that. That's not on yet, is it? Big brain. We might start the engines before we try and kick the Ekran on. I don't think that'll make a difference. I don't remember the exact startup sequence. That's why I'm bricking the Ekran. We'll also get the SPO on it now. We'll wait until we're out of the HAZ before we arm the seat. Yeah, the Ekran's still fucked. Any modern red aircraft coming? There's a... I'm not sure, actually. I've been out of the news loop myself. I'm pretty sure Deca... so they switched... They're not doing the J8PP anymore, the fucking Peace Pearl, the Unicorn. They're doing a regular modernized J8. Now, I'd prefer an original J8 too, but I'll take a modernized one, I guess. You can fly it in, like, 90s and 2000 scenarios. Daphne, I know you want to sit up there, honey, but you're hurting my back, Bubba. Just for a little bit, but then you're going to have to hop down again, okay? Yeah, I think I heard that they might do a J10. ED, as far as I'm aware, will be working on a full fidelity Su-25, finally. That's not going to be really modern, though. It's just going to be, you know, OG Su-25, but full fidelity. Which I'm happy with. I'd prefer that over, like, a Su-25 SM3 or whatever. Is the flight control test still not done? Is it still going? It doesn't look like it's doing anything, so we're gonna go ahead and reset. Please tell me I haven't broken it. I really do need to actually brush up on the correct startup procedure for this thing. Vibes base doesn't quite do it. Okay, dampers restarting. There's the flight controls. We'll let it do its thing. I think I think actually maybe you do have to hit the autopilot reset, then trigger it manually. I don't remember. It's been a while. It'd be really cool if they got this thing working, and I want to say there was talk about it. This is Lazur. This is the GCI data link. If you want an excellent video on how this shit all integrates, Combination K on YouTube did one. It's like 2.5 hours long. It's fucking fascinating. Is the damper seriously not warmed up yet? There we go. That's just because the Akron's busted and the canopy's partway open still. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do at all. That's what I wanted to do. Pretty close. Pretty close. Like, I'd say probably almost identical. Not quite identical, but probably pretty much close to it. Oh, now they're up north again, I swear to God. Whoop. Oh, I don't have enough points? I thought I did. Okay, never mind. I guess we're back to the 21. I thought I banked enough points for 2 of them, but apparently we're wrong. Didn't even give me time to turn around and land. I probably should have actually been watching that notice at the start, though, when I got it running. Yeah, you've got to save up points to get the MiG-29 or the Tomcat in here. Same as when Enigma ran it. So you do that by hitting ground targets, basically. We'll fly out of Sukhumi. We'll take Bespechny up. We'll take her with the 800. It's a bit overkill for the distances we're going to be flying, but... Okay, Daphne. I know you like being up there, honey, but my shoulder really hurts. Can you either lay across my back or lay on my lap, please? Problem is she's putting all her weight on this shoulder, like, way out on the shoulder. If she's behind my back, it's not an issue, but she likes to sit forwards where she can see out the window. Hop down. Good girl. There you go. There's a good girl treat. Thank you, Bubba. I know you want to sit up there, bub, but my shoulder's hurting. You can stay on my lap, honey. Just not on my shoulder. She's looking at the floor like, what? Why are you telling me to go on the floor? Why are you telling me down? What have I done wrong? That's a girl. Yeah, you sit there, honey. Honestly, I'm probably going to get more kills in this thing anyway than the 29. I just like flying the 29 because it's a really cool aircraft. We're just going to set this to Sochi, even though we're not really going to use the RSBN. There's no RSBN set up on most of the coastal airfields, so... Want my BU? It looks really good. Trailer's fucking amazing. I'm really looking forward to the HUN myself. Can't wait to get my hands on it. I don't know if I'm necessarily gonna, like, gel with it super well, because it is an American jet, after all. Like, there's only so much you can do, but it's a cool jet. I think it'll be a lot of fun. What? Oh, right. No? Dumbass. There we go. I've got to... Oh shit, I should have done that yesterday, actually. I've got to refill my meds. As you can probably tell, I'm not quite with it, because I ran out. On the other hand, oh, the 104 will be really good too. But I think the 104 is a bit further out than the HUN. This one was, it was the loading song for... Who was Aya Drang in Battlefield Vietnam? Like this specific version of the song. Even though this is an 80s live recording. Yeah, now they're all up north again, I swear to God. So we bagged 3 for 1 loss to a SAM. That second loss was just me getting violently deslotted. In Bespechny specifically, we're sitting on 14 without loss. Although we did have a bit of a mishap. I somehow killed the engine. I'd already flamed it out once overspeeding chasing a Vigan, so I'd already used the air start. And we were 15 kilometers short of Sukhumi when we came down. Gently on the air brakes in a field somewhere, so the aircraft was mostly undamaged. I didn't count it as a death per se, but it was a bit of a whoopsie. I'm still not sure what I did to the engine. I think I must have cut the throttle too quickly while I was still transitioning down from supersonic. Usually the 21's engine, the R25, is very tolerant of aggressive throttle movements, but apparently that flight it decided not to be. Flaming Dart? Maybe? Was it... Okay, was it All Day and All of the Night that was the loading song for Iadrang? It might have been. Flaming Arrow, yeah. I don't remember. That was such a good game, man. Fuck, that was a good game. Fuck yeah, who's ready for the All Union Bangers compilation? Count how many different languages you hear. Battlefield Vietnam was my introduction to the existence of the PT-76. Is this Azeri? It's one of the Turkic languages. It might be Azeri or it might be Kazakh. I think it's Azeri. $50 kilometers and hot on me already. Guess what? We're punching off. Bye-bye, belly tank. You served us well for all of the 30 seconds that we needed to take off. That thing's still got most of the fuel in it, too. It's an 800-litre tank I just got rid of. Metrics 10... Fuck me. Space Cadet. Fuck yes, I'll do a high-altitude run. No, it's alright. Some babushka will use it as a water tank for an outdoor shower. That's what Soviet citizens used to do with them. If they found a punched-off drop tank out by their dacha, they turn it into an outdoor shower. Or like a trough for animals or something like that. 227 for 39. Oh, they got some speed on them. Are they going for the ships, or are they going... Oh, there they are. This is not going to be the greatest intercept geometry, because they're already past us, and they're hauling ass. I don't know if they realise that I'm onto them, but... It's going to be difficult to catch them without blowing all my fuel to do so. They're probably autopiloting it up north because they know that there's a big fight happening up there. They want to get in on it. So, you know, whatever. I'll follow them. We've burnt through a lot of fuel already, though. Wasn't the most efficient climb. Doing 1,048, but I think that's true airspeed, so we should actually be slightly overhauling them. And once this thing hits about Mach 1.4, it really starts going. What altitude are we? Not that high. Oh, they're turning. They've turned cold. Can't quite hear well enough over the SPO to tell, but this is either Russian or Ukrainian. Sounds like Russian, but I can't quite hear. I think there's only one Russian language track in this compilation. This might be it. Hey, there we go. Oh, lame. What the fuck happened to them? Did they get... No, they wouldn't have got dicked by a SAM, surely. Maybe they did. Maybe they did. Do we have a fucking Dvina up here? Or a Volkhov or something? Maybe we do. Actually, yeah, I think we might. So we can transition between north and south without issue, but apparently blue can't. Over G? No, I saw a missile explosion. I saw like a second one puff right next to their falling wreckage. I haven't seen as many blue over G incidents recently. I think they've finally learnt. Also, you know, ED seriously strengthened the F5's wing structure, which it really didn't need, to be honest, but the blues were going to whinge until the end of time if they didn't do it. We're going to have to go refuel now. That annoys me. Maybe we do want to go back up north. Yeah, fuck it. We're already halfway there. Let's do it. Go get your tank back. You're gorgeous. We'll just fly for the RSBN from... where'd I set it to? Oh, Sochi. We're 77k south of Sochi. Okay. We're gonna throttle back a bit. We're gonna just cruise our way up north. We'll switch to Krasnodar center. Okay, we want to bear slightly right for 263. It's gonna be stretching it, but we can probably make 263 off the fuel we've got. We just won't have a lot when we get there. We'll reevaluate once we're a little further up, and if need be, we'll double back for Sochi. Oh, that was a bad plan. We're too slow for the autopilot to kick in properly. It's going to oscillate us to death. We'll plug the burner in just for a second to get the nose a bit more stable. Now we'll throttle back. We'll also switch the radar off rather than standby, because it still uses coolant when it's in standby. Just not as quickly. Emergency burner's off. We don't want to be using that more than we have to. We can still... So basically my procedure with the emergency burner is off until I'm off the ground and essentially fenced in, which for me, as soon as I'm off the runway, everything's armed and ready to go, right? Otherwise I'll forget when I actually get into a fight. So that's when the emergency burner goes on, and then if I need afterburner, I just won't push it all the way forwards. You can push the throttle maybe 80-90% of the way forwards, and it will not engage the emergency burner, it will just engage the regular burner. So that's what I do. And then as soon as I'm RTB, I just turn the emergency burner off, because I'm not going to need it. Unless someone starts chasing me, I'll just flip it back on. So, back in the day, some of you may remember this, there was the whole kerfuffle about the Viggen's flight model being broken, which it was, extremely. And certain people who used to fly the Viggen a lot, and just by sheer chance were usually seen doing 1,800 kilometers an hour on the deck. Pure coincidence, I'm sure. Those same people tried to raise merry hell about the emergency burner. Oh, it says it's a 3-minute limit in the manual. It means that the engine should fucking explode after 3 minutes like the MiG-25 when it goes Mach 3. I don't know what I'm talking about. My source is I made it the fuck up, and also English language Wikipedia, which is wrong. Anyway, they were trying to assert that the MiG-21's engine should kill itself if you go a second over the 3-minute limit on the emergency burner. So, people I know, some of whom are quite closely tied to this module, shall we say, spoke to actual guys who worked on and or flew these jets. And as one might expect, you know, someone who actually understands engineering to some degree and aviation might expect, the 3-minute limit wasn't there because the engine would shit its guts out if you went 3 minutes and 1 second with the emergency burner. The 3-minute limit was there so you didn't unnecessarily burn through the engine's very limited life resource. These are roughly 300-hour engines, 300 hours before a total overhaul. Because you don't want to be unnecessarily overhauling engines, because you've got to send them back to the fucking factory, or back to the depot. They didn't overhaul the engines for these at the airbase, they sent them back to do it. They just hot swap the engine, and whack a new one into it. But you don't want to be doing that if you don't have to. So, can we not oscillate? Okay, no, she doesn't like being this slow in autopilot. We're gonna have to push the throttle up a bit. We are at 10,000 feet, I should probably be pretty close to mil power. Or 10,000 meters, sorry. About 35,000 feet. There we go. Do not oscillate, oh my god. I might have to hand fly her. I was hoping I could be lazy, but no. Autopilot doesn't like low speeds. We are very draggy as well in the config we're in. Best glide for this is 490, I think, so yeah, we're actively wasting fuel at this point. We'll just go mil thrust. Fuck it. And then we'll slowly dial the throttle back. That's Sochi down there. 200 kilometers on 1200? 1400? 1300 liters of fuel. Yeah, we're fine. We're good. We'll make that. Hey, Screaming Cheese. Anyway, so yeah, the 3-minute limit is not because the engine will kill itself. The 3-minute limit is just so you're not wasting everyone's time and stressing the logistics chain. Now, obviously, if you repeatedly overrun that limit, it's going to do unpleasant things to the engine, but within the space of one sortie, it's very unlikely you'd brick the engine in one of these. Unless it was almost dead anyway. Wingless Viggen still able to fire Fox 2 missiles? Yes, while doing 1,800 kilometers an hour on the deck. Fun times. it did make me very, very, very happy after the flight model fix went through to go on the forums and see the usual suspects fucking screaming and crying that their favorite module had been nerfed and had been ruined, and how could Heapler charge money for it when they're just gonna ruin the module. Like, go back to fucking Call of Duty. I'm not even gonna give them the dignity of War Thunder. Go back to Call of Duty. I have an actual copy of that poster. It used to sit right behind me when I was still living in Bathurst. I still haven't put my posters and shit up here yet, because I'm trying to get them framed so they don't get damaged from being moved too much. But yeah, that's, Soviet means quality. Which I feel was a very appropriate thing to put in my MiG-21, given, you know, how my MiG-21 goes in DCS. She treats me well, even if I am sometimes a bit clumsy. You won't be able to see it in here because it's, you know, got external views disabled, but my 21, after, I must be up to like 4,000 hours in this thing minimum. After all that time in the 21, this is my office. So, you know, I decorated my office, and also the outside of the 21, it's got a name. So under this canopy rail, it says Bezpechny, which is like reckless. I thought it was an appropriate name for anything flown by me. And then on this side, there's two little red RN-28 silhouettes for when I nuked Kasab in that one mission that Alpin set up. There's a pair of gold stars because chat decided they were going to award me twice with Hero of the Soviet Union. Once for a 3 vs 1 where I landed basically 2 seconds before my fuel ran out and killed all 3 aircraft that attacked me, after bombing their airbase, by the way. And I think the second one, what did I get the second one for? Was it for downing like 2 Tomcats in a sortie or something? I forget. Or was it for the nuke? Maybe it was for the nukes. And then some victory marks. I think we're up to... The victory marks on this, it's not a total count, because we'd be up to several hundred at this point. If not a couple thousand. You know, just humble bragging. It's the most number I'm able to get without losing the aircraft. So we have, I think, 13 painted on the outside right now. There should be 14, because we're currently running 14 kills without losing the aircraft. Although we did have a belly landing due to my own stupidity. But we didn't do any additional damage, so it doesn't count. It's skins. So, like, I did it in Photoshop and just used the game's custom cockpit and custom livery features to do it. Now, of course, other people won't see that unless they also have the same livery. But I can see it, that's what matters. It's like, I made one for Zachrix as well, so Zach's MiG-21 is named Sword, and has like the Komsomol Youth like logo on the front, because he was like 16 at the time I made that for him. 16 and already like way better at air combat than most blue players you come across. And then I made one for Lazy Seal as well, which has literally a seal wearing a flight helmet with a R60 tucked under one of its flippers. I was gonna do a whole squadron of them, but I didn't get round to it. I still haven't fully finished mine, like, I haven't done the PBR for all the redone labels and stuff, so the paint looks a little weird if the sun hits it at the right angle, but it's mostly done. I've got to redo this as well, because I did that with the mouse instead of actual handwriting. But like where things are serial to the jet, except that, I'm going through and changing it, because I added a serial number to the jet. 75, as in it's, you know, a MiG-21 BIS produced at factory, I think it was factory 30, so 750 for factory 30, and then 79532 is its serial number. Each of the MiG-21 liveries I've been making has its own unique number. I think all of them are 75 series though. No, it's, I think the leading number is the year? I don't remember. I've got it written down somewhere how to decode this, but in either case, the last 5 of the... No, sorry, I think the last 4 of the serial number are the aircraft's unique code. Yeah, it's the last 4 for this, because it's using the old system. The new system was 5. And up there, you can't see it unless the canopy's open, but there's also a 9532 written across the back of the lid. All of the movable surfaces, so all the control surfaces, all the doors and hatches are all 9532 serialed as well. Sorry, I just popped Daphne in the head. All of the weapons pylons, you can't see it from here, but they're all 9532, and they've got their number on it, so if you take the pylons off, you know which station they go on. 3124 is the way it goes on the MiG-21. Because they put the outboard pylons on first, and they added the inboards later in production. 138. They're all south now. You cannot make this shit up. I swear to God. Whatever. We'll just land up here, we'll refuel up here, and we'll hang out in the north for a bit. If they still won't come up north, then we'll re-slot and go south. I don't want to be making this into a ferry flight stream. 99 kilometers away. We're still sitting on 1,000 liters of fuel. We're good. We got heaps of fuel. Can always make more John Maddens again. I've still got my John Maddens kicking around. Let's see. He's still there. He's still there. Hey, Byrne. Going well, man. Going well. How about yourself? Where are we? I think that might be Tuapsa. Yeah, that looks like Tuapsa. Oh, yep. There's Galenjik. Novorossiysk is up there. Okay, yep. I know where we are. Started my path for HVAC apprenticeship today. Nice. So I am now working as a parts interpreter at a smash repairs place. It's good fun. I'm enjoying it. It is a full-time job, so less time to stream, less time to DCS, but it pays relatively well, and it's good work. Keeps me busy. Keeps the brain working. Okay, we're slightly off course. We'll have to correct for it. I might actually wait until, you know what? No, I'll hand fly it from here. We got enough fuel that I can drop altitude. Even this far out. Gonna miss being fat unemployed chud, but I'll finally be able to get my PC upgraded. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, ideally, I would like to not be working full-time hours, but this job, they need full-time, and I need the money, so at least for probably, I don't know, a couple of years, I'll stick with full-time. And then either we'll see if we can maybe dial our hours back a bit when we're not so understaffed, or, I was thinking of maybe just becoming a mechanic, and then specializing in weird French cars no one else wants to touch. Be a good excuse to get another BX. Don't know if I'd be able to claim it as work expenses, but be a good excuse. Okay, Krasnodar is right there. That's the end of the runway at Pashkovsky, we can see. We'll go for center. Do part No, I am a parts interpreter. I don't repair anything. I wait for the panel beaters to bring me some fucked up thing that looks like a pretzel. And then I have to figure out what it is, what it used to look like, where it goes. Well, usually they know where it goes, but they're like, oh yeah, I need one of these. Can you get me one of these? It's like, what is it? I have to figure it out, so I do a bit of detective work. Sometimes easy, sometimes hard, and then order us a new one. I also, it also means I help write up the estimates. So like when we're quoting someone, I help with the estimating by putting in all parts. Yeah, it's really good. Like, I'm enjoying it a lot more than I expected. I thought, oh yeah, I'll probably enjoy this job, but like, I'm actually really enjoying it. And it's good to be around, like, good, you know, soul-to-the-earth kind of working people again, rather than, you know, no disrespect to most public servants. Some of them are a bit, but... you know, my old co-workers I had very, 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 very little in common with. And I had to be very careful about how I spoke at work. Now at work, I can swear my head off, no one gives a fuck. Really, the only downside is obviously I would like more free time, but whatever. I make do with what I have. The issue is mostly just Daphne is at home by herself for most of the day. I think she just sleeps when I'm out, so she doesn't seem to stress out. She doesn't destroy anything around the house or like shit on the floor or anything. But she is very overexcited when I get home, and she has all her energy from sleeping all day, so she can be a bit much of an evening. But I've been taking her out to like dog parks on weekends and stuff just to keep her happy. And soon we might be babysitting her little sister. So if I have a little friend for her, that'll probably help as well. Had to choose a career path to let my mouth run wild. I can't not swear sometimes, so use the word fuck instead of saying yeah, yep. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I have a fair bit of practice pretending to be respectable. You know, because, like, originally my family was not, like, super well off, but, like, upper middle class, so I was mostly raised around fairly, you know, polite people. But that's not really who I am at all. So it does take conscious effort, whereas now I can let loose. One time when I was studying, actually, I had the lecturer asked me, like, did you actually write this essay? I was like, yeah. This is way before any of the slot machine shit, right? So it would have just been good old-fashioned plagiarism, not slot machine plagiarism. He's like, did you actually write this? I'm like, yeah, I wrote the whole thing. Like, are you sure? Like, yeah. Did you, like, quote this from it? And they're like, no, that's all my own original work. He's like, it doesn't read like you. I'm like, yeah, no, I know. I write like a fucking academic, and I speak like fucking trash. What do you want from me? We haven't even hit the low fuel warning light yet. We're sitting on about 600 litres of fuel still. What are we flying? MiG-21. We started out in the 29, but my dumbass forgot to turn the radar warning receiver on, so we flew into a SAM. I did see it, but I saw it too late to really do anything about it. Also, well, I probably could have got away if I'd immediately slammed the burners, pulled inverted, split-S'd and ran. But that wasn't my reaction. My reaction was a few seconds worth of weaving around processing, oh, there is a SAM coming. Oh, I haven't heard the RWR. It must be an IR SAM. Let me just pump flares while turning away from it. It was a Roland. So that was my own mistake that got us killed. And then we exploded after I took off the second time because I just didn't have enough points saved up for another MiG-29. So we've had one actual death and one forcibly despawned from slot death. But I kill stuff more in the 21 anyway. Like, that's always been the case for me, always. Like, I just kill more shit in the 21 than any of the more modern Soviet jets, even the Su-27. Because I think I play more cautiously in them, whereas with the 21 I'm more reckless abandon. And I've got so many hours on this thing, I know what it can and can't do. Like, the 29, I've got a fair bit of time on, but not nearly as much as the 21. Like, I legit have several thousand hours on this thing by now. Not the most stable approach, but whatever. Just trying to get my trim set. Runway looks clear. No big holes, nobody sitting on it. Plug in a bit more throttle, we're sinking a bit faster than we want to be. Got to stay out of burner with the flaps all the way down. With the landing flaps down, it activates the blown flap system. With the blown flap system tapping air off the compressor, if you go into afterburner, the burner doesn't ignite properly, so you suddenly have the nozzle fully open with no thrust coming out of it, and then you also lose all your blown flaps because there's not enough air coming through the compressor. Bad things happen, so you really do not want to touch the afterburner on landing approach in the 21. If you need more power, you can go up to mill and no further. If you need more power than that still, go around. But I've got pretty much a sixth sense for this thing at this point, so I know that we had enough to get us across the line. Also means that when you do land, as soon as you're on rollout, bring the flaps back up to the takeoff setting, because I cannot count the number of times after they added this feature, which is a realistic feature of the MiG-21 feature. They added it, like, fairly recently, like, I want to say 2022? 2021, 2022? And I don't think it was added to the documentation. I don't think it was widely known that they had done that. And so you'd quite often see people falling out of the sky on takeoff because they hadn't brought their flaps up. They were still in the landing position, and they'd slam the burner and just... I think it's not doing the 19 thing where unlit afterburner at high speed means bye-bye tail. Yeah. We'll actually just turn off the runway here, rearm on the taxiway, because no one else is using it. Or refuel even, we don't need to rearm, we're still fully loaded. %, fuel. And we hardly flew the most optimal ferry flight profile. People really overstate how short leg this thing is. Okay, if you're sitting at low altitude at mill thrust, yeah, it's short leg. If you're hogging the burner, yeah, it's short leg. If you're at 10,000 meters or more at mill power or min burner, it's got decent reach. I mean, even if you are at low alt mill power for most of a sortie, it's still about 20 minutes you get out of it. 20 minutes there, fight back, which isn't too bad. It's about 150, 200 kilometers, maybe touch more. You can stretch that a bit if you are brave and or stupid. I have been known to do that quite often. Oh, we've got someone up here again, finally. 223 for 63. Medium is probably a Vigan. I think the F4 comes up as large. There's a Tomcat. There's no Vigan, so actually maybe it's... I don't know, maybe it is the F4. I thought the F4 was registered as large. Maybe when there's a Tomcat it bumps down to medium. Anyway, there's a Tomcat. I want to kill it. I really want to kill it. I haven't killed a Tomcat for way too long. And they appear to not be a complete potato, because I've got 7 air kills, and they've only lost an aircraft once. They are doing air to ground, though. Or at least they were. Mmm. Tasty, tasty kitty. Phantoms, I'm not. I like if I see a phantom, it's like yeah, whatever. I've killed so many fucking phantoms at this point. It's basically seal clubbing. Like I actually feel bad about killing phantoms. That, as I said earlier in the stream, fucking Robin Olds would be spinning in his grave. I think I've encountered 1 or 2 phantoms ever in DCS that were even vaguely a challenge for me in 21. Like they're just. It's not a bad jet. The Phantom, if it's flown well, is a serious danger to this thing. Like, it is a good jet. Has its quirks, though. But I've just almost never seen them flown well. I've started seeing... So, when the F1 first came out, me and Davey and a couple of the other Red 4 guys, the MiG jockeys specifically, were really dismissive of the F1 as a fighter. Because it kind of sucked as one, and we never found one that was a threat to us. I'm starting to find some of the F1 pilots are getting good. Generally, it's still not as much of a threat as an F5. And I myself am not good enough at the F1. Like, I'm better in an F5 than an F1, by far. Probably even better in the Phantom than the F1. But, you know, a well-flown F1 can be dangerous. But you still don't see them as often. It's, you know, every now and then you'll see one that's pretty good. And they're on red in this server for stupid reasons. They're on red in most servers I can think of. So I don't fight them anymore. Which is a shame, because I enjoyed fighting F1s. But the Phantoms are just... They're not scary. Unless they sparrow you, or third-party you, they're not scary. I had one try and third-party me yesterday, and he fucked up so badly. 2, actually. I didn't mention this earlier in the stream, but for those just arriving, one of them, I was busy dealing with one of his mates, and so he came tearing up from behind me. He must have been fucking supersonic, he was approaching so fast. Fired at least 2 missiles at me, in parameter, but kind of sketchy shots. I could see the missiles turning towards me, but they never hit, and I didn't evade particularly hard, mind you. And I was going at a pretty decent rate of knots myself, which probably is why I survived that. But, he got up close behind me. I could tell he was carrying a ton of energy, and the F4 obviously weighs a lot, so it doesn't lose speed very quickly. So I just pulled the 21 up into, like, a spiraling climb. He fucking overshot immediately, and then I just rolling scissored him, got him nice and low and slow. He tried to pull alpha, he didn't, you know, he tried to pull a bunch of alpha, he didn't have the jet to back up. And he went into the ground. And then later on, a second Phantom got on my tail while I was dealing with its wingman, and he should have been in position for a gun or sidewinder shot, he just never took it. And then I forced the overshoot, and he ran away. The other week, in the sorties I uploaded to YouTube... Oh, that's why I couldn't turn very well. I forgot to take the noticeable braking off. I had a Phantom that I missed the intercept on. I overshot him because I was so rusty in the 21. But then I overshot him and immediately managed to make him overshoot me. It's just, like, they're not sending their best. Where are the good Phantom pilots, please? I want something that's an actual challenge. Your dog grow any by now? Dude, she's 2 years old. She's not growing. She is not getting any bigger than she is. She is still a tiny little angry football. And that is what she will forever be. She's pretty comfortable down there, otherwise I'd pick her up and show you. What are you? Oh, it's a 21 on landing approach. Hey, buddy. No, it's an A4 on landing approach. Okay. A4's being read in this server for idiotic reasons. Our flaps are still down. Are air brakes still... Oh my god. No wonder that takeoff felt weird. I forgot to refill my meds, so my attention span right now is 0. That's twice we forgot to retract stuff. She's just a pom. There's really no such thing. People will claim it, but there's no such thing as a toy pom or a teacup pom. There is just Pomeranian. The lower end of the breed standard is, what, 3 pounds? So 1.4, 1.5 kilos. You go any smaller than that, the dog is going to have health problems all its life. And, like, already that size is tiny. Daphne weighs about 2 kilos, and Daphne is the size of a football. The breed standard for POMs is 3 to 7 pounds, I want to say. They are tiny pipsqueaks. You heard me talking about you, did you? Look, whoever was up here north has either dropped off scope or gone south again. Wonderful. We're gonna just climb up a bit, get to altitude, and start cruising. We'll wait for someone to come up and play. Do you want to say hello, Daffy Daff? Can I pick you up? No, you're not going on shoulder. There she is. Tiny gremlin. Pom is doing real life shit. He's working on his car at the moment. He just got a whole bunch of new parts for it. New valves and stuff. Actually, I think he might have got a whole new fucking head for it. I'm gonna be super lazy. That was the right button, yeah. Stabilization mode, then H, and that levels it. Still doesn't work the way it should. The way it should work is more similar to something like the Vigan or the Tomcat, where the autopilot, when stabilization mode's on, the autopilot is always on, and it's basically trying to do attitude hold. And then, as the pilot puts pressure on the stick, it overrides the autopilot until he releases the pressure. So it should fly more like the Tomcat with the AFCS enabled, or the Vigan with Spuck. Well, not even Spuck, I think, with the actual, the Vigan, it's kind of weird the way it works. There's no release button for it. It's hard to do if you don't have a pressure-sensitive stick. You'd need, like, a separate override binding. What stabilization mode does without pressing H in the MiG-21 module is it makes the thing feel like fucking soup. Like, it really slops out the controls, it makes it fucking sluggish, it's horrible. Initially, I thought you were supposed to use it. Oh, it's a garbage truck. I thought you were supposed to use it, and rapidly learnt that no, do not use it. Do not. It's just... Oi, hold on. Daphne, we got a game face. Someone's within 18 kilometers of us. Kill the autopilot. Belly tank off. Emergency burner, radar, both good to go. Guns armed. Let's get low, because they're probably on the deck. 210 for 18. That'll be south-southwest. Down here somewhere. Oh, hello, friend. How good. Flanking left type small, probably an F5. Go ahead and see if we can pop an R3R on this guy. Dropped lock. You might have... Oh, there we go. The radar can be finicky with closure rates. It's not pulse Doppler, but it does have a kind of very janky way of rejecting clutter. Kinda, sorta. Which means that it doesn't like holding locks on targets at certain aspects. That's maybe out of parameter for an R3R. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, no, that's not gonna hit. It is definitely an F5. We're gonna go up and over, start working some vertical in. The F5 will beat us in a flat fight, but it won't beat us in the vertical. I say it'll beat us in a flat fight. It might beat us in a flat fight. It should, but a lot of F5 pilots just don't know what the fuck they're doing. Get him to burn some energy. He's burnt a little bit. He might be breaking off. Is he going to try and raid us? He is flattening out his turn, so he might. No, he's getting greedy. He's pulling. Should I also get greedy? No, I shouldn't. Emergency burn is definitely on. Something else is locking me? That's concerning. Are we near Krimsk? Am I about to cop a fucking missile? We're gonna reverse at this point. Come on, let's get a rolling scissors going. This is really hard to do with a dog sitting on your shoulder. And I just lost sight of him. Because I can't move around because Daphne's on top of me. This might be where we eat shit. Yep, that's where we eat shit because I lost sight. Daffy Daff. No, can't save it. We're gonna ride it into the ground. Well, we made it to 14 without loss. You gotta sit in my lap, hon. You can't be on my shoulder. Come on. Down. 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 Thank you. Yeah, I mishandled that. I should have... First of all, when I realized he was pulling into me like that, I should have aborted the R3R and I should have just gone vertical. And then, once I worked it in the reverse, I should have kept eyes on him. As soon as you lose sight of them in the 21, you're in trouble. Oh well. Let's grab another plane and let's go. Haven't heard Gerben in a while. Yeah, it is a... But can we use it to summon Pom? Also, as I was saying earlier, I'm not afraid of phantoms, really. F5s are a threat. Like, I'm actually worried when I merge with an F5 because I know they're probably going to be dangerous. What have I forgotten? Generator. Two of them up here now. Hope he's locked and sealed. I missed this. I have to check if anyone's done a Turkmen livery for the Full Fidelity 29 yet. Sorry, bud. I know there's one for the FC 329 because me and Pom used to fly with it while we were on Growling Sidewinder dunking people, but I'm not sure if it's been done for Full Fidelity yet. I think it might have been. I think I remember seeing one. It might even have been one of the official ones. My chair keeps dropping out from under me again. I really need to get the gas cylinder in this replaced, but I've been putting it off for like 3 years now. Oh my god. Speaking of friends of the stream that are off doing real life things, I'm getting the tourniquet experience. Instead of actually being able to see over the fucking instrument panel, I'm doing these ones. Because I'm 5 feet tall. Huh. Interesting. I'm still not sure what to think about Falcon 5. I'm hoping they can pull it off, and I'm hoping it will include more stuff besides just modern F-16s. But as I have to keep reminding people, new Microprose is not old Microprose. It is not the same people. It is the same name because you can just buy a defunct business's name and, you know, use it. That's not to say that they can't achieve the same things, but it is to say that you shouldn't get too carried away with the hype before we know. They definitely picked some really good games to publish. I'm not as up on their own titles that they've been working on. That was a bit of a sloppy takeoff. We'll stay low. Hey, Bubba. Oh, we're slightly outnumbered. Just slightly. Average fucking DCS server team split. See, this is when I should have been in the 29, when we were really badly outnumbered. No, we haven't encountered the Tomcat yet. And it looks like they're no longer in the Tomcat, so either someone killed him or they disconnected. Actually, no, he's still here, isn't he? Yep. No, he switched back to an F5. I shouldn't assume, but, yeah, no, they've got 2 additional air kills, One of them was probably us. That was probably who we were fighting. And they've gone back to an F5. Chad takes the Tomcat up, doesn't get it killed, and then lands it and swaps to an F5. Respect. Like, actual respect to that person. Got an F... no. Phantom, probably. Medium is probably a Phantom. Hot on us. So we're going to punch off the belly tank now, even though it's still got some juice in it. Get the radar going. Drop down a little. Might be too low to use the R3R, even if we can acquire and hold a lock on the target, which we shouldn't at this altitude. The radar still overperforms. Even then, the R3R has a minimum clearance over the ground. It will not track if it's closer than 50 meters to the ground at any point along its flight. Yink found that one out years ago. But it certainly explained a few times where I should have had good R3R shots and they just didn't connect. 219. They're now cold. They got a little bit of altitude on... Everyone here's got a little bit of altitude on them, enough for me to engage with an R3R. But certainly that F5 we got fucking clapped by, knew that that was R3R bait, and they baited us pretty well. Oh, hello. Front line. It's just a AAA emplacement. There's our contact. Faded, because they probably keep changing aspects. Oh, and they dropped down 400 meters, which is a bit eh. Probably not going to be able to get an R3R off at them. Watch this be the one Phantom that is actually dangerous. We want to stay low, because we also don't want him getting a... or them getting a fucking... Hello! Sparrow off at us. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Were you not paying attention? Oh, okay, there go the bags. We're at a ground store, so at least they know to punch their shit off. Now the Phantom has a really good thrust-to-weight ratio, and it can point its nose pretty well, but it pays heavily in energy for doing so. So we want to kind of bait them up and then cut inside them. We also burn a ton of energy by pulling, but the Phantom does so at an alarming rate. So we want to kind of oblique them here and then cut under. That's going to basically reset us, it looks like. We're going to now reverse. This might have been a mistake. We'll find out soon. Yeah, it kind of was. It's me. I've become the blue player, reversing when I shouldn't. But, oh, no. That wasn't a mistake, because now... Hello, my friend. Heavy-handed on the stick. Hello, my friend. May I introduce you to rolling scissors? Spoiler, the 21 tends to be better at that. By a good amount. Although I did just lose a ton of energy with that little wobble there. We're both very close to the ground, so I gotta watch I don't do what they're probably about to do. Ooh, close. Close. They're out in front of me. We got nothing else on radar that's close enough to intervene, as long as we can get this over with fairly quick. Okay, they've recognized that I've got the advantage. They're going to try and pull away. Got a chance for an R60 here, but it's going to be tight. Might not fully track, because they're giving kind of bad aspect. Oh no, that's going to... yeah. That's going to do it. And it looks like they're having control issues, but they're probably going to need a second because the Phantom is pretty strongly built. 12 kilometers. Okay, we're out of here. We need to go rearm. I don't want to go into a fight with just R3Rs on the gun. They're dead. 6 kilometers, 260. We're going to track away from it to the east. We're going to flip the emergency burner back on. Four kilometers, 12, 20 kilometers an hour. That might arc them up. I'm not sure if that's friendly or hostile. We got to watch we don't overspeed. Came very close to it there. Got to do some very careful throttle management when you're at this kind of speed in the 21. Emergency burner is basically on-off. So you're either overspeeding it or you're dropping back to about 1250, 1300. You got to kind of wiggle the throttle between the two afterburner stages a bit to keep the speed up without going too far. Okay, they dropped off scope. I doubt it's because they've got shot down or turned around. It's probably just because they're low. We're going to maintain our speed. We'll stay in first stage burner. We'll flip the emergency back off. And we're going to start a lazy turn towards the north. So we can get back into the SAM coverage at Krasnodar. Hey CJ, good to see you, man. Hope you've been keeping well. Okay, there's the city. Yeah, we're clean. There's the airbase. Pretty fast. We're probably going to have to just leave the brakes out for this landing, which I don't like doing and you're not really supposed to do. But we had to come in pretty hot. Oh, actually no, we're good. We can retract them. Nothing on the runway. We actually need more power, we're sinking a bit fast. See how I briefly dipped up to mill and then went no further? A little bit of a crosswind as well. It's going to be a short fielder. And we go. Nice and gentle. keep an eye on the time. I do have to get some stuff done before I go back to work tomorrow. We've had 2 long weekends in a row, which is good because it's nice to have 2 long weekends in a row, but it's also a pain in the ass because it means we've got 2 short 4-day weeks, which means less time to get work done, less time to get parts off suppliers because they can't deliver a shit if no one's there to receive it. So it's kind of a double-edged sword in this job, but it has been nice to have some time to recharge and get back into DCS. Also nice that I'm going to jinx myself saying this, my internet's playing nice with me now. I think as well, it's not just my internet. I think DCS might be the issue. It might be I've got an out-of-date mod or something that's starting to cause issues. Because twice last night I had crashes to desktop. Oh, sorry, no, I had one crash to desktop and then I think there was one hiccup that I'm pretty sure was the actual server itself, because everyone else seemed to get kicked from it too. But yeah, I suspect that it's not just my internet, but the internet is probably the main factor, and it's been pretty stable the last week or 2. Of course, now I'm working full-time, my internet's behaving, of course. Why not? It makes complete sense. But yeah, it's good to be able to get back into the 21, back into the 25, and the 29 every now and then. I do still need to learn the Phantom. I've flown it a couple times. I really like it. I'm not very good at handling it though, and I have no idea how to use the systems beyond like the most basic shit. If I had a human backseater, it'd be easier because I wouldn't have to micro gesture as much, but which one? Which one? I don't have any of my meds left at the moment, so my memory is like 3 seconds. I don't remember what I just finished saying. Oh, my back. Yes, Daphne, this is your doing. Oh, which plane? The Phantom, the F4. Very cool jet, very capable jet in the right hands. There aren't many sets of right hands in DCS, it turns out, because every single one I've encountered has been a fucking free meal. But one day I'll set aside the time to learn it properly. I still gotta learn the Tomcat backseat, I never got round to that either. So the small is an F5, dangerous. Medium is a Phantom, not so dangerous. Especially if it's the same one we just fought. I mean, to be fair, they lasted longer than most Phantoms do that I encounter. They survived the first turn. Most of them don't. They actually nearly got behind me at one point. Nearly. I then used that to set them up into a rolling scissors, but you know, they could have had a shot if they were a little bit more on the ball. I mostly just want to play with the radar, because I like clunky old shitty analog radars. Like, I don't remember if you've seen much of me in the F5, but I like to fiddle with that radar a lot. Everyone else complains about how useless the F5 radar is. It's actually fucking phenomenal. It's limited because of, you know, its small size and its low level of technology, but it is phenomenal once you get to know it. Yeah, exactly. Like, even, like, the MiG-21, I don't know, I guess I could call myself good in this without sounding like too much of a prick. I don't know if I'd necessarily sound the best in DCS. I think probably Davey or Zach would take that title, or someone neither of us have ever heard of. Like some sweaty Russian that just does nothing else but fly the 21, maybe. But, yeah, like most other modules, I get proficient enough to get it off the ground, sometimes kill things with it and land it, but I never really get into the depths of it as much. They need to bring back the pokey stick so the Rio can fuck with stuff in the front cockpit. That was so funny when it first came out. See, I'm almost thinking I should switch to the 490-litre drop tanks, because they're getting pretty close to our airbase now. There's not much point me carrying the 800 if I'm just going to drop it after takeoff. Oh, that was an aggressive fucking rotation. That could have been ugly. It's funny, I have good days and bad days with takeoffs in the 21. On a good day, I'm smooth as butter. On a bad day, that's what I look like. I nearly tail strike it. Yeah, I used to do that quite a bit. I didn't know how to actually do anything useful in the backseat, but I sure knew how to simulate a lot of failures by actually causing the failure. Not so much a Rio as a backseat gremlin. .258 for 65. Another one further back, hot. Hot is the Phantom. We're probably going to have to deal with the Phantom again. The F5 might be RTB, or they might be trying to do some big brain shit and bait us. If that F5 is the person I think it is, then they are pretty good. Or at least better than average in here, which is, you know, not the highest bar to clear, but it's still a bar. They're also very slow for an F5, so they might actually be landing. Don't know. We're doing ground attack, maybe. .240 for 73. We're gonna drop low level again. Like actual low level versus what we're doing there. Two Phantoms on us now. Oh boy. Oh no, there's an A10. Maybe that's one of the mediums. Could be. Haven't killed an A10 for a while. By a while, I mean like a week. Maybe 2 weeks. Probably gonna have to take a break soon to get myself a snack and some tea and give Daff some attention. Oh, there's still tea in this. Oops. Like I said, ran out of meds. ADHD is back full force. It's been sitting there for like 2.5 hours. Yeah, I'll need a short break. Partly to stop my back from stuffing itself, partly to get myself tea and a snack, partly to give Daff some attention. I'll try and get in as much DCS as I can without actually fucking injuring myself. But we might switch out to something else a bit later. I do want to finish Aquinox, I just don't know if I've got the patience to do it this stream. Because we're up to a mission that's kind of difficult to pull off, for me anyway. 271. On the deck, medium, that's a Phantom. That's an angry Phantom. Oh, you can see the fucking smoke trail from here, Jesus Christ. Look at it. Look at it. Remerge. Be greedy. Pull for a gunshot. Ah, they're not greedy enough. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, there you are. Okay. Lost sight. That was what got me killed with the F5 before. I reversed at the wrong time to try and force the scissors. Lost eyes and got gunned. This guy didn't gun me. They tried for a point-blank Sidewinder. We've got a second coming, which is concerning. Please waste another Sidewinder, I implore you. I don't like the other one coming. We're gonna get third-partied. There's probably a Sparrow out on us already. Yep, they're behind me. Juggling 2 Phantoms is a tall order. See, this one's smart, they're getting some distance, but they might not have gotten... Oh, we just got clapped by the second. Yep. Pairs of Phantoms, problem. Single Phantoms, easy. Oh, Sidewinder's Fubart? No, that wouldn't have hit anyway, they were way too close. That would be fucking terrible parameters for an early Sidewinder shot. No chance it would have hit. Fuck, there's 3? Or is that one of them one of ours? 3 Phantoms. Potentially. Oh no. One's a friendly. They just... It's a 21. You can see the blowtorch burner. Didn't quite get here in time to save me, but I appreciate the effort. Thank you for avenging me. Good job, comrade. Now kill the other one. Come on, rolling scissors. Rolling scissors. You will kill him in rolling scissors. Guaranteed. Phantom's gone vertical. Don't follow him up. Just pull him into rolling scissors. Did the Phantom just jettison something? Yeah, it did. You guys probably can't see this. It's like half a pixel on my screen, but... He's behind you. Come on. Rolling scissors. I know you want to. Any good 21 pilot should want to rolling scissors at every opportunity. Don't flat turn. Do not flat turn. What are you doing? Come on. Up. Up. Up to bleed speed. Draw him in, then roll. I believe in you. Look at... Yeah, the Phantom's coming in with heaps of smash. No. Whoop. Another dodgy Sidewinder. No, don't break off. Ugh. He's gonna disengage, it looks like. Oh, dude, the periscope comes in clutch all the time. I fucking love that thing. I wish the F5 had one. The F5, honestly, has worse rearwards visibility than you would think, because it doesn't have any way of looking directly behind you. The Vigan's the worst of them. You cannot see behind you at all in the Vigan. We'll take a 490. We're too heavy for dogfighting. So if we take a 490, we use it for takeoff, we punch it off pretty much straight away, because it'll be empty. Then we start chewing through our internal, and that'll lighten us up nicely for a fight. The 21's handling becomes noticeably different as it gets light on fuel, same with the F5. They can both be a bit piggish when they're full, but as soon as you get low fuel, or like below half, they feel weightless. Yeah, they really, really do. I mean, that's true of a lot of aircraft, but the F5 and the 21 in particular, because they are such a light aircraft. I mean, the 19 to an extent as well. They're all such a light aircraft. Once that fuel weight's gone, holy fuck. Yeah, I really should fly the 19 more. It's quite a fun little plane. There's still some outstanding issues with it, which have been issues forever. Like, I reported them a long time ago. I don't know if they'll ever get fixed, but... still a fun jet to fly. And, you know, most of the stuff your average player is going to use in a flight now works correctly. It's just things like it doesn't repair. To be fair, repairs in DCS are super gamey anyway, but yeah, it doesn't repair. The electrical system has some issues. I think the hydraulic system has some peculiar failure modes that it shouldn't. Just little things, mostly. The flight model's a lot better than it used to be. From what I could, you know, what I could test, what I have numbers for, it's pretty close to the numbers. And it needs a lot of trim. It feels a lot more alive in terms of that, like, a lot like the ED modules, particularly the Sabre, the MiG-15, the MiG-19, they all need a lot of trim. That nose will bounce around like crazy if you don't trim it. Like, they really feel like they need a full-length stick extension and trim, whereas a lot of the other aircraft, and the 21 as well, you don't notice the nose bounce as much. And because you're much more reliant on the guns than missiles in the 19, you really notice it more than the 21, you know. Even though I do enjoy using the gun in the 21, I don't actually need to do it that much. Usually the R60 just makes the problem go away, but... I'm really sad that the F4 didn't land during the early days of Ligmas, when we still had road bases and, you know, it was fucking pandemonium. Fully pop server, usually blue outnumbered red 5-1 during American time zones. Because I would have killed to be able to fly, like, the early weapon set, so just a pair of R3Ss, nothing else, 2 R3S, a 490-litre drop tank, off a road base in the 21, 1,100 kilometers an hour minimum on the deck, just third-partying people and fucking catching people in turns and clapping them. Like, when Red was outnumbered back then, I was in full-on Vietnam People's Air Force mode. I was doing it, and it worked. It would have been so good to do that against Phantoms. And it was fun attacking the road bases too, like coming in with the Biggin and just fucking flattening one. Or even the 21. You know, coming in with a full load of beer cans, just dropping Fab 100s all over. Oh, came out of burner a bit too early. 258 for 25. Jesus, they're close. Radar's not even warmed up yet. Whoop, something just ate shit. Bodangus Air has got some red bombers coming in. Hopefully that'll distract at least some of the Phantoms. See, they're moving as pairs now. Does make it a lot more difficult. Well, that last one, they weren't as a pair. It was just I took so long to fight the guy that the second one turned up and got me. And my little friend and the other 21 just wasn't quite close enough to bail me out. Still no radar. 2.1 and 1.6. They got some altitude now, at least. If they stay at that altitude, we can bring the R3R into play. So I'm hoping they do. I can fucking see them from here. Jesus Christ. Problem is just going to be, will my radar be warmed up in time? Small, there's an F5 up here. Is that a jet? Oh no, that's a shoots. 2 shoots, so that was a Phantom that went down. Then that's taking ground fire, whatever that is. It might be the F5. Oh shit. Okay, I didn't actually see which one the radar grabbed. There's a hostile and a friendly on top of each other. Trailer looks like an F5. Yep, that's an F5 chasing a 21. Or a Skyhawk. Yeah, no, that's a Skyhawk being chased by an F5, okay. It's about to be a dead F5 unless it turns to engage me. Why did you draw him into me? Go right, go right, go... Even if I was on SRS, they probably wouldn't be listening. In this situation, if you got a friend trying to bail you out and you got someone up your ass, don't turn into them. Turn away. Okay, I gotta make sure that's actually on the F5. What the fuck maneuver did he just do? Like some sort of fucked up Immelman. Please be on the F5. Please be on the F5. It's on the F5. He's dead. Clonk. Bye-bye. Go home, A4. Might be a Vulcan locking me. .081, I'm pretty sure. Is that the guy I just killed, or is there another one? That's the guy I just killed. Kaboom. We're getting a bit dangerously close to Krimsk here, so I gotta watch I don't get in SAM range. 260 medium is a Phantom. It's probably RTB though, because it's cold. I mean, I've done that maneuver a few times, and this more so than the F5. It does work if you time it right, but not a smart thing to do when you've got someone bearing down on you. It's something you do when you're not under time pressure to kill someone, right? You don't want to overshoot them. Turn the radar back to standby to conserve our coolant. Okay, so this isn't the Krimsk Lake. The Krimsk Lake will be this one. So maybe don't fly into the sands. Catch you later, Cotty. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. Good to see ya. Am I fucked up? This is Krimsk, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, there's the runway. I see it. Just cloud shadow kind of made it hard to spot. .261 for 29. I don't want to cut towards them because that's going to put me in SAM range. Actually, you know what? We kind of can. We can box around it to the south. Kick the radar back on. This might be an opportunity for an R3R if they stay a little higher than us. I just don't want to get into an engagement over Krimsk itself. It's too dangerous. I'm pretty sure they got Rolands there. I don't know if they've got any Avengers or anything like that, any IR SAMs, but they've definitely got Rolands. That's what popped our 29. Nice little water glitch there. 255 for 15. Yeah, nice high angle of attack maneuvers. I do that a lot in the 21. Nose points one direction, plane goes the other. That's why the Discord icon is MiG-21's angle of attack indicators like spiked out to maximum. 281. 15, they're fairly low, they're fairly slow, they might be trying to land. We'll go see. They are low. 297. They're basically coming from the direction of Krimsk, so this is going to be sketchy with those SAMs. No contacts detected. They're not on the ground at Krimsk, are they? Because the EWR does sometimes call ground target or like landed aircraft out. It's pointing me in the direction of Krimsk Air Base, so I kind of suspect they are actually on the ground. That or they just hit the weeds to try and ambush me. Which they might have done. We're just going to blow through a bit to get some distance from the airbase, and if something pops up, we'll know. Don't see anything yet. Yes, I do. Hello, friend. What are you? Another 21. Okay. Periscope comes in clutch again. Welcome back. Okay. Something's locking me. Could be that 21 body spiking, or could be a Vulcan or a SAM or something. Nothing on scope, which means if it is an enemy aircraft, it's in the weeds. Probably air defense. The official music video for this, like the official upload of it, has been fucking slop machine molested. Like, it looks hideous, it's terrifying, it's like nightmare fuel. Like, the video was already a bit sort of surreal, but it's nightmare fuel, and it really did not do nice things to Laura Branigan. Perfectly good-looking woman who did not need the slot machine to try and give her an airbrushing. Clear. I don't know if there's even anything up here in the north. Oh! Oh, Tomcat! Tomcat! Feed me Tomcats. Gun. I was about to say Blue have done their typical thing of disconnecting as soon as anyone shoots back at them. Which is, I guess, like, thematically correct for Blue 4, but it is frustrating. But no, we've got a Tomcat now. Just hopefully I can get the drop on the bastard. I'd love to get another Tomcat kill. It has been way too long. Especially in the 21. I killed one, I think, a couple months ago in a 29. I want to kill one in a 21 again. Like the good old days. Medium, that will not be him. That'll be another F4. Yeah, I've already done, what, 3 this year, I think? 3 or 4 this year? Not many. Been too busy. You got myself a new full-time job. Got myself a little angry gremlin to take care of. Speaking of which, what the fuck is she doing? Oh, she's next to me, curled up in a bed, okay. She's not doing any crimes, she's sleeping. She's planning the crimes. They're all south now. Hopefully the Tomcat's up here. I really want to kill that thing. We might go rearm and refuel though. Yeah, I haven't been on it much myself. I've caught a couple of Robbo streams here and there, but other than that, not much. We're just going to leave the radar in standby for now, rather than switching it fully off, because I don't want to risk it not warming back up by the time we encounter the F-14. Doesn't mean we're going to run out of coolant a little sooner, but we should be okay. So anything registering as medium size is likely to be an F4 Phantom. Anything registers as large is almost certainly an F-14. Or possibly an A-10 if there's one on, but I don't think there is. There is not. Yeah, the average 21 sortie at low level is about 20 minutes. That'll be frontline air defense, probably a Vulcan, probably over there. Oh, no, it's under me. Right there. I'm on Heat Blur, which used to be Enigma's Cold War, but Enigma's retired from server running, so Heat Blur run the server now. They've made a few changes I strongly disagree with. There is an A4 on blue, on red. It's not on blue where it should be, it's only on red. The F1 is still on red. I think we can get rid of that now. We have a full fidelity 29 and we have the 21 and the 19. And the 15 and the 17's coming soon, but they probably won't, because people still cry, "Oh, red need a supersonic low level, blah, 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 blah." Blue plane should be on blue, red plane should be on red. We're a bit far south. I think the rationale for the A4 being on red is that if you don't have the mod installed, it appears as a Su-27. So they're like, oh, if people don't have the mod, they'll team kill it. Brother, I have the mod, but if I see an A4 framed in blue, there's an R60 going to it. My brain is not programmed to process any thoughts beyond American plane in front of MiG-21, die. Like, I think once or twice I've been to the point of pulling the trigger on one and gone, oh shit, wait, that's on my team. Plus, I want, like, interesting planes to fly on blue. Yeah, now they've got the Phantom as well, but, like, I want to fly the F1 on the and the A4 on blue. Oh, but Red doesn't have a dedicated air-to-ground blah 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 blah. So, we have the Su-25, which is fucking incredible, and if you want something fast, just load Fab 100s onto a MiG-21 or something, you know? Like, or even if we keep the Mirage until we get a official Su-17, just get the A4 on blue. The A4 belongs on blue. It should never be on red. I'll just autopilot it. We did actually clap a Su-25 earlier when we were in the MiG-29 because the radar picked it up when it, like it was being attacked by a Phantom, I think it was. And the radar locked the Su-25 and didn't reject it, even though it was in the reject friendlies mode. And so I didn't visual ID because I was kind of in a hurry. And I think he made it home. I hope he made it home. But yeah, that was not my finest hour. We did kill the guy that was harassing him, but... Pretend it's a captured A4. But it isn't just the why are there blue planes on my red team, it's also that I want to fly that on blue. Like, I don't want the Viggen to be my only, like, go-to strike aircraft on blue. Well, actually, that's not fair. All blue aircraft basically can be strike aircraft because multi-role, but you know what I mean. Why does it stink in here, Daphne? Did you fart? That or she's pooped. Hopefully she hasn't put it behind my chair again to get back at me for not taking her out this morning. It is a beautiful day out there. I will probably not stream, like, all day, because, as I just said, it's a beautiful day. But I will try and get some serious DCS stick time in, and then maybe some other stuff after. We're a little too fast on the sync rate. Too fast in general, but too fast syncing. Because the trim wasn't set. Short field. Oh, not quite. Okay, that was a really sloppy approach. Hardest MiG-21 landing you will see from me in a while. Wasn't that hard, it was just messy. Oh, most people in DCS, they're like, oh, hard landing in the MiG-21 is when you bottom out the suspension and possibly break something. For me, it's the wheels touch a little too hard. Like, that didn't even hear the bump or feel the bump. It was just not good. Enough points for a 29 run? Most likely not, because I think you only get points from killing ground targets or doing helicopter stuff. I don't think air-to-air gives you any points, unless they've changed it. Besides, I kind of want to kill the Tomcat in the 21. Vespechny has killed more Tomcats than any other aircraft I've flown in DCS, including the 29 and the Su-27. How's the campaign going, actually? Blue have got higher airframe attrition. Imagine my shock. Red is leading and going to capture something unless Blue wakes the fuck up and starts hitting ground targets. That makes me happy to see. Oh, they do have stingers. We just lost a 21 to a stinger. $36 credit points. I need 45, I think. So yeah, I need to do some air to ground. We might do a little bit of air to ground in a bit and get another 29 flight in. Had simultaneous R3 kills flying in the north, you were in the south. Nice. Yeah, we've been getting back into it. It feels good to be back in the office. We're packing the usual. I could increase my combat endurance by packing the double R60s, but it's not worth the extra drag and weight. I do occasionally, like if I'm not expecting much of a dogfight, I'll take them, but if I'm expecting someone who's actually capable of turning their aircraft without crashing, I usually just take the single R60s these days. One on each wing. Because she handles, like, at first I used to fly with the, you know, the pair and think, oh, it's not that big of a difference. Well, there was a negative drag issue, so partly it wasn't affecting the speed as much as it should have been. But, no, once I started flying with the singles, you can feel the difference in handling. It's noticeable. If your A&P doesn't walk away from the plane, it's a good landing, yeah. Medium, that'll be another Phantom. Is the Tomcat still up? Yeah, Tomcat's still up. I want to kill that thing. Where is it? Show me the Tomcat. Oh. Read my chat. There's our neutral trim. Yeah, I'm really keen for it. Really, really keen for it. Pro CF-18's intercepted twin otter last week. Nice! Very nice. I work pretty much next to the landing path for the airport now, so I do see airliners landing and taking off all the time, but I haven't seen anything military for a while. I heard an F-35 the other week. You know it's an F-35 because it's fucking deafening even when you can't see it. Oh, that was aggressive. Little too much trim. The range for neutral trim, like for the neutral trim indicator light to come on the 21, is quite large. So if you're a bit sloppy with centering it, it can be interesting on takeoff. Also helps if I flip the safety up. There we go. We're a bit spotty at the moment. Medium, 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 they're all Phantoms. Where's my Tomcat? Where's my kitty at? I want to kill it. Please don't call the RSPCA on me, I'm not talking about an animal. Actually, I'm talking about a Blue 4 player, so I kind of am. Please tell me you guys heard about the guy who hijacked a Cessna 172 from Victoria and circled over Vancouver Airport for 2 hours screaming environmental nonsense over the radio. I did not hear about that. Fuck. I don't like that that contact's dropped off scope. How are we that low on fuel already? Was I sitting in burner too long? I probably was. I just mentally blanked like the last 10 minutes. Oops. Whatever, at least we're fighting weight now. 235. 419. Hot. We're going to be merged very shortly if that's a phantom, which it almost certainly is, coming in at a fair rate of knots. There it is. Ooh, someone hasn't seen me. That or they're doing some 500 IQ offset. No, they haven't seen me. Okay, yes they have. Really? That's the only reaction I'm gonna get out of here? Okay. You want to die then? Understood. I'll make that happen for you. Unless they're baiting me for somebody else, but I don't think they are. Looks like they're going on a strike run. Low and fast. Well, emergency burn is on. I will have no trouble catching them. Especially if they're loaded up with air-to-ground stores. Just gotta manage my engine so I don't overspeed it. Now, at this kind of speed, the R60 barely has any reach, to the point where I would be overtaking my own missile if I shot one now. Oh, now we're... Ah, yes. Yes, you keep that up. See how that works out for you. How'd that go, buddy? How you doing there, champion? Oh, someone's got no energy. Someone's gonna hit the ground if they're not fucking careful. Really? You're gonna try and slow speed rate me? That's not a good plan, bud. I can play that game better than you can. Do I waste the R60? No. Bye-bye! See ya! Like I said, Robin Olds would be disappointed. They are not sending their best. Does this count as steel clubbing? Yeah, basically. Should I be concerned? Air defense, it's Vulcan. $235 for 15, another one. Another customer. Don't mind if I do. Might not get as good of a setup on them because I can't see them yet. 37. Oh, they've dropped off scope. Fuck. This is sketchy. That looks suspiciously like an F5. That's actually dangerous. Especially considering I just lost eyes on it. Never mind, it's not dangerous. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Womp womp. We're clear. Does it count as a maneuver kill if you didn't even finish a maneuver? Yeah, sure, why not? Why not? Okay, I need to pop up briefly just to get a sense of where exactly I am, if I'm close to Krimsk or not. I don't think so. I think Krimsk is further over. But yeah, no, we're good. Krimska's back that way. Oh, actually, we're quite far north. We're very far north. Okay, we're gonna head home for fuel. Didn't even have to use any sticks. Now I'm gonna flip the radar off. Now the Tomcat's gonna pop up. Pretty much guarantee it. Oh no! Tomcat gone. Who killed it? Not me. Sag. Oh, Sharkin's on. Sharkin's on in a Phantom. Someone actually scary, perhaps? I know he's scary in a Hornet. I don't know how scary he is in a Phantom. Hey, it feels good to be back in it. Probably won't be able to stream super often because, you know, full-time job and full-time dog. But I will squeeze them in where I can, and I will definitely be trying to get as much DCS in as I can, since apparently it wants to play nice with me now. At least most of the time. Okay, we got the RSBN for Krasnodar. Just gonna be lazy and autopilot it. Yes, quite likely. And certainly some, another kind of fish. Some catfish streams when that thing hits. I'm gonna be flying the F100 a lot, I think. Yeah, the 14 BU looks really good, and the general quality of life upgrades look really good. I'm quite keen. What's Sharkin in a Phantom? Yeah, okay. Sharkin in a F5 is scary. Sharkin in a Phantom, I'm not sure yet. I do fly the Hind a bit. Some of my older streams, there's quite a few of me flying it. I fly most of the helicopters. I haven't touched the Chinook yet, but I've flown the Hind a lot. I've flown the Mi-8 a lot. I've started flying the Gazelle quite a bit since the flight model was fixed. I've played with the Kiowa very briefly. I don't think I've streamed it. Maybe I have. I've flown the modded Black Hawk a bit, although I think I did on stream a few times, just in single player. I haven't flown the Chinook at all yet. Haven't even bound it. But yeah, I do a little bit of helicopter stuff. Oh, and I've flown the Huey quite a bit. But I don't know, it's one of those things where I like doing it, but I've got to be in the mood, because helicopters in DCS is kind of just a Euro truck sim, right? Unless it's the Hind. Oh, I haven't flown the Apache on stream, I don't think. I've tinkered with it, but I haven't really played with it. Yeah, it's kind of Euro truck sim. So if I want something a bit more relaxed, I might even do it this stream, actually, because my shoulders and back are starting to get sore from cranking my head around so much, and also from Daphne sitting on top of them. There's our airbase. We'll just kill the autopilot here. We'll slow down one way I know how. The airframe probably didn't like that. The ground crew aren't going to like it. We pulled 9.5 G, but we slowed down. Oh, now I got a Phantom coming after me, but we're gonna land and rearm. Well, refuel. And top off the, like, handful of gun rounds we actually had to use there. 21 on the taxiway, runway itself is clear. We're a little fast. It's alright, we'll bleed it during the flare. We'll land a bit long. Oh, I've done a little bit of Car 50, but not much. I think I flew it once or twice when it used to be on Alpin's server, way back in the old days. Avoid the Chinook for now, 2 years in early access, no autopilot. Took the Apache 2 months in early access, ED tickling customers' balls with the Chinook. I mean, fair, but also how much am I going to use the autopilot? This is me we're talking about. The only autopilot I really bother using is the recovery mode in this and the 29 to level off and go get a drink or fidget around or whatever. I like hand flying. Not even sure that Chinook has a flight model. Oof. Does it have a damage model? That's usually the thing that modules are missing when they come out early access. Especially blue 4 modules. Never a red 4 module that comes out without a damage model, I notice. Not once, but blue 4, oof. Partially working damage model if we're considering the standard crappy system they use. They would upgrade the Chinook first and new X-ray based damage. I thought they'd already done that for, like, most of the new modules. I think they'd even done it for some of the old ones. Oh, hello! Hello? What? Are those trikes? There goes the 21. You can tell it's the 21 just by the massive afterburner blowtorch plume that you can see even from here. If those were trikes, they don't seem to have found their targets, but... Oh, something just ate shit. Wasn't a SAM, that looks like an aircraft going down. Let's consult the Oracle. No, it was Sharkin. How... Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. What? 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 What is going on there? Red AI in ManPads SA-18 Igla S with AGM-45 Shrike. Oh, okay, I guess the ManPads are clustered around the ASA. Interesting. Very interesting. Yes, they are. They are IR. It must have been tracking the ASA behind it, and then just splash damaged it or something. Very interesting. Oh, I guess they've given us the Skyhawk as a seed aircraft, maybe? Maybe that's why they've given it... We don't need a seed aircraft. Like, genuinely, Red do not need a seed aircraft. You know what a Red seed aircraft in this weapon set is? It's a Su-25 with S-25s. That's it. Or the, like, the Kar-29L. Launch override, blast it from maximum range, done. Easy. Like, the Su-25 is so underrated. You don't need the 25T to hit air defenses. Just come in with a fucking regular 25 with longer range rockets, pop up, slap the thing, and get out of there. Even S-13s, like a Roland, I've successfully jousted Rolands with S-13 rockets. Just dumbfire rockets. You come in relatively high, get the slope going, get some speed built, and just... easy. It's even easier if you have someone to weasel for you, which, you know, encourages teamwork. S-13s are fucking disgusting. Like, they're actually fucking disgusting, which is why I love them so much. Technically, they're a very, very late Cold War weapon. I think they entered... Well, technically, I think they entered service in, like, 89 or 90 or something. But as we know from the R-27, ER, and ET, and the Yak-28P, service entry date doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't already in service for years beforehand. Decades, in the case of the Yak-28P, which never officially entered service. And yet represented a good chunk of the PVO's strength for literally like 20 years. But, yeah, the S-13s are pretty disgusting. However, especially because this server runs a splash damage mod, which is ridiculous, by the way. I am fully against the splash damage mod. It's overdone. Way overdone. And it's because people fail to understand the mechanics of both an actual explosion and also how they're modeled in DCS. Splash damage in DCS, the issue is that it's not throwing fragments. Overpressure is there. Overpressure doesn't do much in real life except against buildings. Against a tank, doesn't really care. Against people in the open, they care a bit, but the fall-off distance from overpressure in air is quite short. What does the damage for something like a fairly typical Mark 82 or whatever is mostly shrapnel, which isn't modeled in DCS. But what the splash damage mod does is it uses the overpressure wave and amplifies that. So basically you've got an expanding sphere that kills things on contact versus an expanding sphere that is fairly short-ranged and then just raycast being chucked out. Because you can't really raycast Mark 82 fragments or S5 fragments or whatever. You'd kill the game, right? You'd melt CPUs, but you'd probably want to use like a sphere with or a hemisphere or whatever with a probability chance that something it touches gets this amount damaged, or there's this chance that it gets damaged. But whatever. Anyway, splash damage mod, dumb. Makes everything OP. S8 OFMs, or sorry, S8 OFP2s, which are also like a 90s weapon, I think a late 80s, 90s weapon. They were a later variant. Those things are just as viable as an S13 without the splash damage mod, and you can carry like 100 and something of them, versus 40 of the big boys. So I've just been rolling those, and I've been just as effective. The only difference is they're a bit... Sparrow. There's a bit more spread to them. I just got ambushed. I should have been paying more attention. That was probably shocking. Yeah, grenades, real-life grenades are an interesting thing, and people also underestimate how powerful they are. If somebody lands, like if somebody chucks themselves on top of a grenade, nobody else is dying. A lot of the time, nobody else is even getting wounded. A lot of the time, the person that threw themselves on the grenade doesn't even die right away. Like, they're not... Everyone's idea of explosions is informed by fucking Hollywood. They don't actually understand what they're talking about. We'll do one more sortie in Bespechny, I guess. What the fuck? That was weird. I spawned, but I didn't? There we go. We'll do one more sortie, I guess, or one more life in this, and then we'll maybe do some helicopter stuff. time is it? 11:50. I might take a lunch break in a little while as well. What am I doing? Completely botched my startup already. Not that it matters, because this thing's way too tolerant of doing dumb shit with the electrical system. I would venture that most DCS modules are way too forgiving electrically versus what they should be. This one certainly is. The MiG-19 is as well. See, I should have paid attention to the hard lock, but I was like, oh, it's probably just air defense. It was not just air defense. Okay, there we go. Is that? What's that? Is that one of ours? I didn't get a good look as it passed. It might not be. Went to buy a 2TB SSD on Friday, $800 Canadian. Guess I'm not reinstalling these. Fuck me. I haven't looked at storage prices, but I desperately need more storage. Oh, okay. Server's resetting. I may as well take a break now then, and we'll do helicopters when we get back. But yeah, I need more storage badly, but some of it I can do platters, like, but I'm gonna need new SSDs, and yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to afford them. Fuck. Alright, we'll just bounce out of the server for now. I'll dip out to the BRB screen, but I'll catch up on chat before I go get something to eat. Gotten really good at converting RTX 5090s into temporary smoke machines. 3 in a year! Fucking hell, man. What are you doing to them? Bear in mind with those figures, Korchak, the casualty radius is mostly also coming from fragmentation. The max fragment hazard is like occupational health and safety ass shit. No one from 230 meters is going to get seriously injured by a grenade fragment. That would be like a tiny little piece of metal that might give you a splinter or something. Remind the chat that Ross was the same guy who used his AIM-9s to destroy the early warning radar. No, it wasn't the early warning radar. It was the fucking search and like the fire control radar. It was the fire control radar for a fucking Volkhov site. Because I couldn't remember how to use the fucking yeah, it was a drag bombs because I fucking set the, or I didn't remember to set the QFE. That's why, I remember now, yeah. I didn't set the QFE, so the bombs either didn't come off or they came off early and missed. And I had Sidewinders still on the Vigan, so I was like, you know what? Fuck it. You've heard of Wild Weasel. Are you ready for Moronic Mole Rat? Sorry, moronic muskrat. It was moronic muskrat, not mole rat. Can't forget those World War II kill reports shoot everyone thinking they got the tank, but it was just the bomb. Yeah, many such cases. Very many such cases. Friend got me a cheap Chinese knockoff NVMe for $12 on an Amazon clear out. Just tested and it works. As long as it continues working, that's what I would be worried about. Is not like, does it work now? Is it going to work in the future and not corrupt my data? But still, that's pretty unreal. 4 terabytes too. Jesus. Bitcoin miner hidden on the drive will catch up. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Aim 9's just an overqualified Zuni. Not wrong. Alright, I will be back in a bit. I'm going to grab some food. I'm going to play with my gremlin. And then we'll do some probably helicopters when I get back. We'll see how the teams look. If there's heaps of phantoms and tomcats, I might want to kill them. But we'll see. Back in a bit. I've got a chicken tikka masala that I made the other day for work lunches. I'm just eating the leftovers. Gonna have to do some more cooking tonight. For my Australian viewers, if you haven't discovered them yet, Aldi are carrying these the brand's Urban Eats. It's these curry packs, except instead of being like just pre-made sauce, they actually have the whole spices as well. So you do need to be careful you don't leave them in there and break your teeth when you eat it. But like there's actual cardamom pods and cinnamon bark and stuff, and it's unreal. They taste so good, and it's so easy to make. That's what I've been doing for work lunches mostly, because it doesn't take long. It takes like 15-20 minutes tops, including prep. Easy and delicious. So delicious, Daphne is sitting here demanding I give her some, which is definitely not going to happen. My dog evidently has the same love of Indian food that I do. The problem is that she can't eat it. She's like actually jumping up the side of my leg barking at me. The other advantage of cooking these is that the exhaust extractor fan in my kitchen, like over the stove, runs through the bathroom because it's a one-bedroom apartment. Everything runs off the one extractor fan, and the bathroom is next to the front door. So the entire front end of my apartment smells fucking amazing for like the next week after I cook. One of the reasons I need more storage is so I can actually start playing Misters again. I really miss it, but I can't even update the game. I don't have enough space on the SSD. Yeah, mine's just shy of 2 terabytes. And that's after having to uninstall a shit ton of photogrammetry scenery because I just didn't have space as it was. So that's probably more like 2.5. Also, Korchek, don't let Daphne bamboozle you. She is not a puppy. She is a 2-year-old grown-ass adult, and she still carries on like this. She's now given up on food. She's pestering me for belly rubs. She's most likely using the belly rubs as a way to get onto my lap so that she can then reach my food. I can see her planning it. Like, I can visualize the thought process. I also recorded the last couple of days worth of sorties in DCS. Just recorded from the track files. There's no commentary or anything, but I'm uploading them to my YouTube. So if you haven't noticed yet, those are happening. There's 2 up already, I think. I'm gonna have to go back and record last night's session later. That'll probably come up either like late tonight or maybe like midweek. Knowing full well that, you know, when I stream, everything that can go wrong will go wrong. I just didn't stream and I didn't record. I just went back and recorded from the track file when it went well. Big brain shit. Although, to be fair, the stream so far has gone pretty well too. Just a couple careless mistakes. I remember, and this is, if they ever hear this, they're gonna, like, cum themselves over the, you know, oh, he still thinks about, he's still live rent-free in his head, but one of the, Blue 4, like, really precious Blue 4 fucking mains I was talking about earlier, you know, the ones that whinged and moaned when the Vigan got its flight model fixed, they were so obsessed with me that at one point they were talking about something fairly unrelated, I think, on the DCS forums. And somebody was like, oh, you know, I watch such and such other, you know, DCS YouTuber, and they're like, oh, they're so good at the game. This guy just comes in like, oh, these YouTube streamers, they're never that good. They just edit their footage so you only ever see the best. And it's like, I could tell that was pointed at me. because like this person was obsessed with me and would constantly be plotting and scheming and talking about me, right, with their mates, thinking that I wouldn't find out. And it's like it's like, brother, I stream. By definition, a streamer does not edit their footage. You see every fuck up, every accident, every fucking stupid decision, every, oh my god, I forgot to retract my gear. Like, you guys have seen me do that twice today already. I do not edit my footage. Even when I upload it to YouTube, I don't edit my footage. The only time I edit is one of the videos from the other day. I edited to cut out like 20 minutes of me sitting on the ground shitposting alt-tabbed. That's the only editing I do. I'm not capable of video editing because I have like everything is context syndrome, otherwise known as autism. And so like I hate cutting things from a video because I'm like, no, you need the context. You need to know that this is what happened that led to this. So every time I try and edit a video, it actually gets longer instead of shorter. So it was very amusing to me to have this kind of stray slung my way during this other discussion. And all this time later, it's like, yeah, no, you guys see everything basically unedited. If I'm having a shit day, you're gonna know about it. And he's like, oh, no one. It was even funnier because he then went on to say, no one in this game has a kill-death ratio better than 0.5. First of all, you might want to learn how statistics work, brother. That is not how statistics work. Second of all, I actually, I want to say like a year, 2 years, especially during COVID, I would go back through TACView after every day's worth of streaming and all my off-stream flying, and I would tally up everything I did, every kill, every death, every air-to-ground kill, what weapon it was with, who it was against. Like, yeah, that's putting way too much effort into it, I know. I didn't have a lot else to do at the time, but wouldn't you know it, my kill-death ratio averages out to like 1.5. Way higher on a good day. Like, I had days where I was like 5 to 1 or more. But 1.5 to 1. Average. In everything I fly. Mind you, that's including air-to-ground shit. And helicopters. Womp womp. Anyway, I'll stop bragging and eat my lunch, sorry. The more you care about it, the harder it is to get. If you chase the number will not come to you. Like, I'm not sitting here thinking about KDR as I clap fucking phantoms left and right in my 21. What happens, happens. I know that I'm doing pretty well, but, like, I'm not chasing the number. Having said that, some of my best days on stream, like, especially during COVID times, I would have streams where I was in a shit mood. I thought I was having a dumpster fire. Like, I was really not having fun. I was sure that I was just flying like shit. And then afterwards, I went back and I watched TACView, and wouldn't you know it, those were some of my best days. Like, yeah, I'd have 1 or 2 careless deaths that would somehow, like, you know, they come within short order and it'd frustrate me. But overall, I was pulling like 5 to 1 or something on those days. And the days where I, you know, was relaxed and was happy and flying fine, they were average. Funny how that works. Dude, I'm so pissed I never got to do the vegan prank on that server. We never finished the road trip either. We did get pretty far in the road trip. We started it, for those that missed it, me, Pom, and a couple other lunatics decided we'd do a road trip from fucking Batumi to Tbilisi in Hornets. Or actually, were we going to go to Tbilisi? I think we were going to go even further. I think we're gonna go to Tbilisi and then up the fucking valley to Beslan. Anyway, yes, you heard me right. Road trip, as in we were taxiing with the wings folded. There were a few hiccups. Bridges do not go well. Bridges really bad no. But we did make it to fucking Kutaisi, I want to say. Yeah, we definitely made it to Sanaki. I'm pretty sure we made it to Kutaisi eventually. Yeah, train tracks are a bit evil as well. And mind you, because, you know, taxiing is incredibly fuel inefficient, this is 3 bags per Hornet. Just so we wouldn't run out of fucking fuel in the middle of nowhere. It was so funny. And even trying to find our way into an airbase to refuel, it's like, where the fuck is the hole in the fence? Where's the road access? Oh shit, there's like a boom gate there. We can't get through it. Time to do some off-roading and find a hole. It was so much fun. But yeah, like, at least we got to do that, but we never finished it. But what I really wanted to do, and this would have been impossible even years ago, because I think after my escapades in the 21, where I was clapping Hornets over their own airbase and then I landed on it, I think enough people complained that Growling set the SAMs to invincible. Because I tried to do that again and I never could. The SAMs just wouldn't die. But I wanted to take a Vigan, road land it near an enemy main base, so I wouldn't eat SAMs because I'd be on the ground, right? Road land it, taxi it onto the airbase while no one was looking, reverse park it in a fucking has so no one can see me unless they're going past me. And this is where the genius comes in. The Vigan has no ground safety, and I would have been carrying gun pods. So I would just be sitting there pulling the trigger as people taxied past the has. I never got to... I would have almost certainly been banned for doing that, but it would have been a hell of a way to go. I'm so pissed I never got to do it. I wouldn't be surprised. The thing is, I didn't actually do seed on that server. That was someone else. So the only reason I was able to pull that fucking ridiculous shit off in the 21 is because some Chad in a Su-25T had killed the SAMs before I came in. And then I, you know, popped out in the valley next to Kutaisi and went, oh, there's Kutaisi. That's where all the blues are coming from. Clapped a Hornet as soon as it got its wheels off the ground. Clapped another Hornet as it was trying to come at me, and then got the final one. I think the last one was a guns kill, wasn't it? Right over the airbase. Then I landed on the airbase. Then someone was, like, some really upsetty Hornet strafed me. Rest in peace. Strafed me before I could go taxi over and be with my friends. I remember certainly one of the things that made Growling change up the mission design was Giggles, when the Jeff released. Giggles came in with the fucking man-in-the-loop missiles, was it 802 AK or whatever it is? Came in with the man-in-the-loop missiles and a loadout of the fucking Chinese AMRAAMs. And he found Growling Sidewinder in the air. He destroyed him in BVR with the fucking Alibaba AMRAAMs. And then, while Growling was spawning back in on the ground and beginning to taxi his aircraft, he fucking clapped him again with the fucking man-in-the-loop missile. Like, he figured out exactly where he would spawn on the airfield, launched a fucking 802 at it, and then just joysticked it in to catch him as he was, like, just as he was turning onto the fucking runway. Apparently, he was not impressed. I don't remember if sorry, I can't speak. I don't remember if Giggles fucking streamed that, but I would have killed to witness it. It would have been so fucking funny. Yeah, Pom's little black book. All the parking spots, all the ammunition dumps for specific weapons. So if you pissed Pom off, he would just deny you the use of your AMRAMs or your fucking R27s or whatever. Nothing else, just those. A lot of the evil shit I learnt to do in DCS, I learnt from Pom. I learnt that you could destroy the fuel and ammo dumps from him, and not only that, but destroy specific weapon stocks. I learnt how to play with the plids in the Hornet. So I learned how to fucking gaslight people with the Link 16 off him. That was so funny. I made at least 2 team kills happen doing that. See, there's exploiting broken shit in the game. Like, the Vigan flight model shit was funny the first couple times, but when it was just being over and over and it was ruining the flow of missions, it wasn't funny anymore. But then there's like the dumb shit that red players do. Like when Enigmas was in its heyday, back in the road base days, we had the Red 4 Experimental Testing and Research Division. I'll leave you to figure out what the acronym is. And it was just a bunch of fucking autistic Red 4 players figuring out what the exact fucking airspeed, altitude, and loft angle were to put an S-13 onto a taxiway 20 kilometers away. Just dumb shit like that. It was so much fun. This is why I love flying Red. Aside from the fact I just prefer Soviet aircraft, and I like playing as the good guys, it's just more fun, because the kinds of people that gravitate to Red aircraft, which are almost always less capable, are very creative. Very, very creative, and with a good sense of humor. Alright, I finished my lunch. The gremlin has perched herself back on my shoulder. I'm just gonna go grab a cup of tea, and take a very quick toilet break, and then we'll get back in the air. We'll do some, I think we'll do some Me8. I do want to do some Hind, but I feel like doing some trucking now. I don't remember how much trucking there is to do in Heat Blur. I think it's just moving troops around to blow stuff up, but we can do that. It should be fun. Meanwhile, enjoy this banger. Song is what? 91 this came out, I think? No less relevant today. Oh, and another banger. And that's what they want to bring back. And they're going to use all these data centers to do it. Also, I will say there's one additional downside to my job besides the fact that I have to bust my way out to Bishwick at fucking 6 o'clock in the morning. It's that it constantly gives me existential crises. I was trying to get parts for a VE Commodore the other day, and I was like, why is this so hard? It's not an old car. Like, a VE Commodore is only a couple of years old. Then I realized a VE Commodore is a 15-year-old car. It's no longer in production. Holden is gone. Holden done. And then, like, a couple days later, I was, you know, the bad idea fucking fairy bit me. Not, you know, forget the good idea fairy, the bad idea fairy bit me. I was like, let's actually have a look at what Citroens I could get. Like, is there any BX that I could get? No, couldn't find any. DS, no. There was a DS21, I think, wagon. DS21 Safari that was like 32 grand. It looked okay, like decent condition, but it was 32 grand. But then I found a Xantia, a 1994 Xantia. Looked like it was in decent condition. The fucking sill molds looked a bit rough, and in hindsight, that's usually the first place to get really bad on a Citroen rust-wise, but I was like, oh yeah, $3 grand for a fucking 94 Xantia? Like, I could do that. I'd prefer, like, an XM or obviously a BX. But a Xantia's still got enough Citroen DNA in it. It was before, like, they completely had the novelty beat out of them by PSA. And then I realized that it was registered with historic plates. A 94 Xantia is a historic vehicle. And it was then that the penny dropped that this is now a 32-year-old car. Why? Why? That's older than my BX ever made it till. Yeah, which is really annoying, because if I was going to get something that isn't, like, my own age or older, I'd be tempted for a VE. Like, a late model Commodore, I would be okay with. I quite like them. But, yeah, no, VEs are getting hard to get parts for these days. There's still plenty of them on the road, but the parts are starting to dry up. Especially the little fucking tiddly bits. Like, body panels and shit, yeah, you can get because people are wrecking them, but, like, little fucking annoying things, really hard to get. Plenty of people do. What were we trying to get for Dan's dad's car? It was the fucking radiator fan cowling, no longer available, discontinued. The like the front bar lower grille, no longer available. The front parking sensors, no longer available. And there was something else. Oh, the fucking front guard. The front guard, was it? I forget which side. I think it was near side front guard. Not the wheel arch molding, the other thing. The guard liner, the front guard liner. Couldn't get that either. Damn, The music bot's really trying to fucking red pill you guys today. I didn't even set this up. It's just on shuffle. What are we getting next? Solidarity Forever? You ain't done nothing if you ain't been called a red. I don't even know if that's on this playlist. I should add it later. We're back, and so is the gremlin. She's perched herself up here again. We'll see how long she can do that before my shoulder starts hurting again. We'll be in game in a moment, just waiting for it. Oh, there we go. Right on cue. Server's pretty much emptied out, which is not the worst thing if we're going to do some helicopter work. I think we'll work up here in the north. I'm not actually sure. Ah, there we go. Yep, we've got to switch to dynamic. My favorite loadout in the Mi 8, CPU killer gaming. It's not the full CPU killer. The full CPU killer would be smoke rockets, but servers started banning them, so it's just OFPs. But Gov 8700s. Anyone with a weak computer, if you pull the trigger on those in the same grid square as them, they're gonna have a bad day. A really bad day. Electronic warfare loadout, yep. I forget if this is a 2 or 3 digit board number. I think it's 2. So the Gov 8700 is a pair of 7.62 by 54 4-barreled Gatling guns and a 12.7mm 50 cal, Soviet 50 cal, 4-barrel Gatling gun. Now, it's not full CPU killer, because in the Mi 8 you can only fire one or the other type of gun at once. In the fucking Hind, you can fire the entire pod. It's beautiful. One has green traces and one has red traces. It looks like a fucking Christmas party. It's gorgeous. Hey, Konstantin. It's been a while, my friend. Not really, because I was flying this the other day off stream. I don't remember what I'm doing. Reserve generator, why not? I forget if that needs to be up. Probably not, but whatever. So temperature rise in the APU. Air pressure should come up in a second. There it goes. Go ahead and switch off the starter. Left engine crank. Yeah. Zapusk. And we open the fuel valve. There it goes. Let's get the rad out set to 20. We're not going to be using this really, but we'll just set it to 124 out of habit. Start coming through here. We want our engine anti-dust filters on, the anti-dust cyclones. Blinker on for our indicators. We don't really need our battery heating or our pitot heating, it's summer weather. We do want some lighting. We'll turn that little fucker on, along with a bunch of the other important systems. Yes, no. It's because the engine's not up to speed yet. Or the turbine, it's not running the generator yet. We want to go right engine, Zapusk, and fuel valve. Might have waited a bit long on that. Slowly raising. No, we're good. Not over temp, it's slowly climbing. Go ahead and flip the master arm on. We want to set up this, so we'll go UPK, which is our gun pods, Bez Ogranichna, which is without limit, so that's the burst limiter. I don't think it... Actually, no, I think it does do something on these. 800 pods, inner guns. Cock them, gun camera that does anything. Close the window because it's getting a bit loud in here. Okay, engines are up. So let's kick the throttle up to full. That'll bring the gens online. Those can go to automatic. APU can go off, that can return to neutral. We'll also set up the door gunners. We'll set them to free fire. If anyone gets close enough to us to trigger the door guns, they're probably going to see us anyway. Autopilot. I'm going to have to hop over to the co-pilot's seat for a sec. Let's get the mission timer going. Fuel tanks showing full. The DIS. I've got to figure out where the fuck I'm going to go before I bother setting the DIS up. Countermeasures on, we'll just flip it to whatever program that is. Oh, that's both sides. We'll flip it to that program. I usually just have it full manual, but we'll flip it over. Okay, we're not going to bother setting the Yadro up. We don't really need it. There's no one going to be on comms. Go back to the pilot seat for now. Load troops. Load recon. Load standard. Load standard. Oops. Load Spec Ops. There we go. We've taken a bit of a mix of troops, but it's fine. Where are we going? Let's just head to the west. That's a bit hilly for my liking. I haven't got enough practice back in this thing to go there. Oh, or we could... Well, Krimska's going to be sketchy because that's probably within Roland range. We'll hit the next sector, I think, before we do anything else. So we'll fly, like... Let's not bother with the dis. We don't need the dis. We'll start it where we are, so that way it'll serve as kind of a you are here relative to home indicator, but we won't actually set it up. What we will do is we'll set the heading bug on this to like 280-ish, which is about the direction we'll need to go. We will, I forget if this is back and left or back and right. We're going to go back and right and hope that that's correct. Brakes off. We're going to be pretty heavy, so we may need a little bit of a roll. At some point, yeah. I think I've done a nuclear option stream before, I don't remember though, but yeah, at some point I will have to stream it. It's a fun game. A lot of my mates from my previous job play it turns out. So we'll have to have a gaming sesh set up sometime. We'll do a quick test of the Christmas launchers. They're not firing. Why are they not firing? Do I need... Oh, right, because I haven't selected this. That's got to go all the way up. No, I'm still not doing something right. Is it that? No. That? No. We're missing something. They're cocked. They're selected. Is it that? What have we done wrong? Maybe it is the indicator lights aren't on for their ammunition either, so I've clearly forgotten something. We've got an F5 quite close to us as well, so we'll have to be careful. Is it the disposition? Yep, okay, there we go. Sorry, whoever's house that is. We'll go ahead and select the 50 cals, though. Oh yeah, she loves sitting up there. The problem is that she sits out on the edge of my shoulder, and so it's gonna stuff my back. I'm already sore from her doing it. Normally it's not too big of an issue, but to use my sim setup, I have to sit kind of cockeyed to one side, and she's got all her weight over the edge of my shoulder. I gotta move my rudder pedals over a bit, I think. Moved about 5 to 8 kilometers. Cat hammock to the back of the chair? Yeah, I do. Or just sling across my chest so she can cuddle up to me or something. She's pretty cozy up there. She'll usually sleep up there, but if she sees a bird or something, you'll know, because she'll go insane and probably, like, knock me over in the process. This is somewhere I'm going to have to use the F10 map a fair bit, because I'm so low to the ground I can't actually see where I am. The other thing is, though, I'm in a helicopter with these boys. In real life, one of them would be navigating for me. But in DCS, I got to do it all myself. How far we got to fly? 10 kilometers-ish. We got to fly towards Abinsk. We might actually land in Abinsk, in amongst the buildings. That should give us some nice cover from whatever's flying. Can you hop down for a minute, Daff? Throw down on my lap? Yeah? That's a good girl. She's probably gonna hop on the floor. You can stay on my lap, hon. My shoulder's starting to hurt, Bubba. It's starting to hurt quite a bit. That's a girl. Okay, that would be Abinsk over there. We want to stay low because that F5 is probably going to come after us. I don't think I've killed a jet with these guns yet. I don't remember for sure, though. I definitely killed a jet with the 23mm gun pods, but I don't carry them very often. Normally, if I'm expecting to encounter helicopters, I carry these, because they fucking shred. Like, they fire so fast, and such a high volume of fire, they shred. And also, you know, they kill the other guy's frame rate. Very, very effective at completely just tearing Hueys in half. And you've got quite a bit of, like, trigger time, quite a bit of ammo. And the traces are really easy to see, so you can just walk your shots in, versus, like, the UPKs, where you've got to deal with a burst limiter, you've got to deal with, like, very slightly lower rate of fire, still pretty high. But, yeah, no, these are fun. I like these. I don't know, I think it might. I think it might. Shit, guy's really close. Over there somewhere. Smoke trail might be in a dogfight with somebody. Hopefully our guy wins. I've also got to watch out for AAA now I'm down here. He's got decent altitude, so he probably won't spot me. Hopefully. Problem is the troops will fire flares to show where their position is, so I can pick them up, and that's going to give away the game. I killed a gazelle the other day by looking at. I saw flares. I'm like, oh, there's going to be a helicopter there. Sure enough, it was a gazelle trying to pick up his troops. So I clobbered him with an R60. My favorite kill on any helicopter has got to be fucking in the Su-25, though. I've done it twice, 2 or 3 times, I think. One time I directly hit the Huey in the face with a barrage of S-13s. Like, it turned towards me to shoot at me, and I just blasted it. Fucking dissolved it. Another 2 times I can remember, I hit the ground under a moving Huey, and it just kind of evaporated. S-13s are brilliant for absolutely, like, just molesting Hueys and gazelles and shit with. Small helicopters do not take well the big rockets landing under them. This looks like a pretty nice landing spot, actually. It's pretty well shielded. This should be Abinsk, I think. Daphne's getting set to jump off my lap, of course, because she always picks the best times. No, you're going to sit down? Okay, that's a go. Gotta be careful as I bleed off my speed, not to sag the rotors and go splat. It's a common mishap in the Mi-8, especially when you're rusty. Although I found, a couple months ago, I did like an hour or 2 of flying this and dropping troops off in cities and stuff. Just after what must have been years of not flying it at that point, and probably a year or 2 of not flying any helicopter in DCS. And I handled it better than I ever had before. I don't know how I was able to do that, but it was definitely something special. Okay, hopefully we've got enough clearance from those trees on the left, and our tail rotor from that light. Ooh, that one's looking a little close. just check we are in Abinsk. Yes, we are. I don't like that that guy's hanging around. He's probably going to try and come after me. Oh, what pretty coloured grass. He's right above me. Hopefully I didn't just run my own guys over. No. This is really sketchy. Oh, yep. We're gonna eat shit. Fuck. I just didn't have the clearance to do it. I'm too heavy. I should have ditched some fuel. We were being circled by a jet anyway, though, so I was probably gonna eat shit regardless. In fact, I think he might be... Is that him shooting, or is that the trees exploding? Because DCS trees do that now, apparently. That could have gone so much better. See, the landing was fine. It was the takeoff that I was overconfident. I shouldn't be doing that when I'm that heavily overloaded. Maybe we just take a... no, we'll stay with the Mi-8. Fuck it. But we'll cut this back a bit. We're way overloaded as it is. We'll cut it back to 70. And I think we might take a bit less in terms of troops. Yeah, for sure, man. For sure. Sorry to hear it wasn't your night. I mean, definitely not as good as the rest of my weekend, but I did have a decent run of it. Except for that last helicopter flight. That was a bit of a fuck up. It's not the landing that gets you when you're overweight, it's the takeoff in a tight space. I was considering it, but I was like, I don't have the tail clearance to turn in place, and I don't want to run over my own troops. If you could tell your own troops to get the fuck away from the helicopter, what I would have done was gone out onto the road, turned left, and just done a rolling takeoff along that road, and I would have been fine. But nope, your boy's got to do the dumbest, most convoluted thing possible. Is that armed? Yeah, it was. Okay. Is that... What am I missing? Oh, fuck. Brow panels. Dipshit. Seen the Me Too from Misfizz. Oh, there's a good one? I saw one that was kind of a port of an ancient FS9 helicopter that had a bit of a funky flight model, but if there's an actually good one... No, I haven't seen it. I'll have to get all over it as soon as I fix my Misfizz install. I gotta get more storage. I can't play Misfizz at the moment. I haven't been able to play for years. This one's new? Oh, I'm gonna be all over that. I would kill for a Me Too in this. It would be so good in DCS. What am I forgetting? This. That feels a little bit lighter. Still heavy, but a little bit lighter. Not nearly as bad as it was. Daft, can you either sit down or hop down? You gotta make up your mind, hon. I don't like you sitting or standing there on my legs like that. You might fall. Why is my compass not working? Did I've forgotten something important, haven't I? Why? There we go. I swear I flipped that. Maybe I tripped a fuse or something. Okay, we're not going to be quite so fancy with our landing this time. We'll pick something a bit more open that I have a good exit route from. Even though this F5 seems oh no, this is a Phantom now. Medium is a Phantom. No, they seem intent on killing me. It's better to have to deal with them than to just deny them the privilege by blowing myself up. So we'll head towards Abinsk again. Drop our troops off there. I forget exactly how the troops work. I think you drop them within X amount of distance of a thing and pick them back up. I know that's for special forces. I don't remember if regulars you pick back up as well. I think you do. Free upgrade to the 2024 version coming this month. I still haven't played 2024. Like, I'm still on 2020. I just haven't been able to play it because of the space issues. I've heard mixed things about 2024. I heard it had a really, really rough launch, but I'm not sure if it's improved a whole lot since then. And I was under the impression a lot of aircraft from 2020 would be, like, natively supported in it. I don't know if that's not the case or if it's just, like, a remaster type thing people are doing. No worse than 2020 launch? Oh, okay, then. It was made out to be a huge, terrible thing, so... Oh, there's smoke over there. I guess that they dropped smoke instead of flares. Yeah, down pilots are flares. I think troops are smoke. I got 2020 in 2021 because I finally had a machine that could run it. And I got a good couple of years of flying out of it. But yeah, I think the last time I was able to play it was like 2023 probably. Maybe early 2024. Which sucks because I really love playing it. Just don't have the storage space. I could remove a bunch of my scenery and stuff and update the game and play it again, but then it becomes a thing of, like, which scenery do I want to remove, and, like, where else do I put it, because my whole PC is running out of storage. I didn't think I would enjoy it as much as I did, but because the fidelity of the terrain is so high, and there's so many different aircraft with different things they're good at, I actually really enjoyed Misfizz. In some ways, I enjoyed it more than DCS for quite a while. Having said that, I also never really understood doing non-combat stuff in DCS until I started doing it, and then I found I really enjoy it. Air shows, aerial firefighting, bush flying, that kind of stuff is really fun in DCS too. Also, this should be the Australian national anthem. I don't like that these two jets are all over me. Spend more time with test pilot LARP than missions in DCS. Yeah, I've been like that for a while as well. I spend a lot of time test flying stuff in DCS and not a lot of time fighting in it. I'm gonna die. It's seen me. Maybe not. Possibly. Night flying in the 21 is awesome. I really enjoy night flying in the 21. The lighting certainly helps. Hind has got beautiful night lighting too. My playlist really is trying to red pill everyone, isn't it? Holy fuck. Oh, actually, that green smoke's the target. If I land my troops in a field near it, they will kill it. Oh, I'm dead. How? Did it just suicide to try and kill me? Did I just get a maneuver kill? It either shot rockets at me or it maneuver killed. No, it shot rockets at me. Okay. I can still land my troops. I can still land my troops. I can still land my troops. Maybe. We're dead. That's probably going to wipe out the troops too. Fuck. I got too close to the target. That was probably engaging me as well. I thought helicopters didn't turn up on the EWR in this server. How are they finding me so easily when I'm hugging the deck? One wonders. One really wonders. Okay, so apparently helicopters are not a thing that's going to happen today because we're just going to get fucking murdered by jets. I don't know. Okay, so I've seen a few gazelles come up, but they were flying quite high over the tree line. I was hugging the deck, and they still found me, so one wonders. What are we even up against? A Phantom and an F5, and they were both on top of me. We don't have a lot of air-to-air going on. Heli shop on the GCI website? Maybe. Sorry, Daff. I gotta lean over to reset the spring on this. You hop down for a sec? That's a go. One moment, please, chat. Jesus, my PC needs a dusting. Looks like a fucking haunted house in there. You have to get some canned air and clean it out. Right, shitbags, now you've done it. Time is it? 121, maybe a couple more sorties, or one more sortie. Then I've got something I want to show you guys in GHPC, and then maybe we'll play something else for a bit. Hang on, is this... There we go. You can tell I haven't flown much since they added the spawn slots, because I still instinctively go to hit the rearm and refuel as soon as I spawn in the aircraft. Huh, I never noticed that. So, when the canopy's not locked and sealed, this little post lamp comes on, but I also never noticed... Watch this. That little red marker there. I've been flying this thing for thousands of hours and I'd never noticed that before. Neat. I'm not sure if I got any points out of those troops. Like if they killed any ground targets, I might check in a sec. Maybe before we quit DCS for the day, we do 129 flight or something. One more 29 flight. No. Lame. Seems like I only ever have a good time with the troop drop-offs when I'm not streaming it. It's too klutzy with the controls today. And bad luck with fighters finding me. So we'll go return the favor. Lots of A4s on. The A4 seems to be quite popular in the server. If it was on fucking blue, I would fly it. But if I want to do ground attack on red, I just take the Su-25 because it's way better at it. I mean, it's not as zippy maybe, but if you want to just carry tonnage and blow shit up, Su-25's the answer. What's staff doing? Just possibly sitting over by the door. I can't see her, which is a bit concerning. Wait, I don't have the right livery. Ah, can I do it before I take off? No, because I'm doing the wrong thing. Oh god, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die doing this. Ah, yes! Magic. We got away with it, somehow. And we didn't burst a tire, I don't think. That was fucking stupid. I should never ever do that again. I was like, geez, the Peter room looks really weird and shiny. There we go. "48 kilometers, Jesus, that's close." Gotta align my shit. There we go. This one I shamelessly stole off Pom's playlist. 245. Come on, radar, wake up. That green smoke is where the target was that we just dropped the troops at. I don't know if any of them would have survived the helicopter getting shot up, though. But this gives us a chance to directly go murder the guy that shot us down. Wake up. I need my radar. Friendly. Off the nose. That's that friendly that we just picked up. That, on the other hand, on the radar, is hostile. Looks like there was a fight there. Someone's got shot down. 2 aircraft there, possibly, unless they're shoots. Gotcha. R3R, go! Possibly. Yeah, he's high enough. As long as he gives us good aspect. The R3R doesn't turn very well. So if they make basically any maneuvers, it won't hit. Technically the R3R shouldn't even be able to engage head on, but it is what it is in DCS. There's a lot of things that don't quite work right, but they kind of also account for things that wouldn't be issues in real life, because you'd have a GCI talking you on, which you rarely do in DCS. Nah, we'll go R60. Okay, see me. I didn't turn hard enough. Couldn't quite get the nose on. We're gonna cash it in here. Because we can afford to. That's gonna scare him. He might extend maybe, or reverse. Possibly. Might be too smart to, actually. Not quite as dumb as your average F5 pilot. Okay, yeah, we might be in a spot of bother. I probably shouldn't have cashed that, actually. Guess what I just did? I just lost sight. Oh, there he is. There's something else there. Is that a 25? No, it's an A4. Oh, that might have been what he was going after. Okay, well, he's distracted by that. The A4 is actually fighting him, based. Might have just gone in, though. That might be a bit iffy. Nope, that connected. Bye-bye. Thank you, A4. You are an excellent distraction. I'd say that's probably Vulcans. Yep, that's a Vulcan. So that's where we got shot up over there. Right in that tree line. There's the town of Abinsk. That's where we got hit. Oh, they're both in Phantoms now. I welcome it. As long as they don't double team me, which they probably will try and do. I'd much rather fight a Phantom than an F5. He's gonna be mad. Killed him 3 times in a row last week. He flipped out. Yeah, it was him. Must be a relative of, what's his name? Fucking... Kip Duran or Kip Durant or whatever the fuck. Catch you later, Smithy. Good hunting. Or good test piloting, whichever it is today. What's pinging me? That has to be airborne, surely. Although it might just be EWR. We are getting a bit close to Krimsk. I gotta be careful. I swear I just saw a speck above the horizon. No, it's Krimsk. It's the Sam's here. However, we have a friendly on radar in front of us. Throwing slurs around, actually stayed out 40 minutes late just to allow him time to start back up and get into... Beautiful. Love it. I've got chat hidden, so he may well have gone off. At risk of exposing some TOS here. Did he go nuts in chat? Where was the kill? It's up a bit further. There, yeah, it was Klepto. Maybe he hasn't found his all chat button yet. Maybe he set it on team chat. Excuse me? Is that another 21 locking me? Or is there a phantom rolling on my backside? Or a Vulcan or something? What's locking me? Oh! What? What is this? Might have been a Vulcan. Somebody's attacking it. Could be the A4 maybe? Don't know. I'm gonna climb up a bit, both to save fuel since I'm starting to get a little low, and also see if I can bait them. Since I don't think they're smart enough to giraffe. Average J47 enjoyer in a fucking Saber? Oh no. Anyone with a name like that in a Saber is scary. I don't want that. Please leave me alone. Just gotta be careful, there's probably Sams around Galenjik and Novorossiysk. But we want to bait them up. We want to get them up to an altitude where the radar will pick them up. And then just sweep in. I'm gonna have to land soon for fuel though. He has a single air kill and was clearly doing some out-of-ground stuff, so I'm not sure if we'll see him up here, but see how we go. Anyone know what the ceiling on a Roland is? It's not that high, right? It's like 22,000 feet or something. There's Hawks at an upper, I think, but we're not going that far out. Still have my belly tank on. Whoopsie. Catch you later, Kenny. Good flying with you, even if we weren't technically flying together. Hopefully I'll catch you in the air again soon. Oh, that's their industrial down there. Ooh. Oh, look at that. That's tempting. Doesn't seem very well protected, does it? If I can overfly it like this. We might have a milk run in the Su-25 to do. I'm really hoping the Su-17 mod gets a proper flight model. So then, like, even though it's lower fidelity systems-wise as well, at least then Red will have a, you know, fast attacker, kind of a Viggen equivalent. because that would be perfect for something like that. Just bring in a full truckload of fucking fabs and carpet bomb the thing. Could do it in a Su-25, but it'll take longer to get there. It might be a bit risky. Oh, there we go. Phantom 077 for 19. Why are my flaps still down? There we go. Be careful because Krimska's just there. In fact, this is going to drag me towards Krimsk, if not right over it. Zero 91 for 18. Oh, there's two. Just watch for launches. I think we're good. So we're 75 for 17. I see someone at R3R altitude, but I'm gonna have to get dragged past Sam's to engage. They're both... oh fuck, okay, this is a bit sketch. We'll try it, but it's sketch. They're both right next to each other. We do have a friendly nearby though. That one's not lockable. It's the other one that must be hot. Radar doesn't want to do it. Okay, no. There's one. We'll just latch onto this guy. Clearly saw the merge. The other one's behind us somewhere, I think. Maybe behind us. I don't like the fact I'm being hard locked. That'll be the other Phantom, probably. Just dropped his tanks. Really stressing the airframe doing this, and I'm low fuel, but... please try and reverse. No, he's not going to. Not quite stupid enough. Oh, there's a friendly there. I think that was a 21. Looks like one. Please make it. Oh, yes, he reversed. The other 21 distracted him. Okay, splash. Now we hit the deck, because I probably got one up my ass. Cut the throttle back a bit. 064 small, that'll be an F5. What was that? It was Klepto! Rage incoming, I want to believe. Let me lock you. Let me lock you. Come on. Receding target, I think. Oh, there we go. Oh, fuck. Lost it. Oh, went in? Question mark? Oh, the Sabre killed itself. Okay, that was the Sabre I just locked up. Interesting. How are we on fuel? Not good. What's RTB? We got Klepto twice in a row. Let's go for the third, once we rearm and refuel. Whomst actual? Whomst is this? Thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody, good to see you. We're currently seeing how many times in a row we can kill this one person and make them rage out. Flying the MiG-21 on the Heapler Cold War server. If you haven't been here before, when I do get around to streaming these days, I've been pretty busy, I do fly mostly Soviet aircraft, particularly the MiG-21. Sitting on a couple of thousand hours on this thing. So you could say we have a little bit of experience in it. Which makes it all the funnier when I do something stupid. Of course, I've never actually flown the real thing. I've touched one once, but I've never flown one. This is the successor. So Enigma decided that he was done with running a server, and basically Heapler took over. So it's the same server, more or less, the same gameplay. There's a couple of differences. They put the Skyhawk on Red for some stupid reason or other. I think so Red have a seed platform and or they're worried that people will team kill it. If they don't have the mod, they'll see a Su-27 and shoot at it. Unfortunately, that logic doesn't work because I see an American-built plane in front of me, I pull trigger. So we've had a few close calls with that already, but otherwise it's basically the same as Enigma server. Very, very similar, you know, the same hex grid, the same mechanics, all the stuff you'd be used to. I miss road bases though. I think road bases were peak ECW. And I miss them dearly. I think we're clear. I mean, there's one chasing, but he's not going to catch us. We are pretty light on fuel, but that is Krasnodar right in front of us. So we'll make it. Start throttling back a bit. Yeah. I miss sneaking BMPs onto airfields on Alpins, that was really fun. Or T-80s. And just ramming into planes and doing fucking donuts on the runway and stuff. For anyone that doesn't know and is familiar with Alpenwolf's Cold War server that used to run a couple of years back, had its kind of heyday during COVID, I guess. Alpin's not running a server at the moment. He's probably too busy. He's got way too much shit going on to run a server and, you know, let alone manage all us miscreants. But a couple of the guys that used to be regulars are running a server called Dogs of War, which runs a bunch of Alpin's missions and then some missions they've made. It very rarely populates, which is a shame because it's a good server with a good mission set. So if you're looking for Alpin's sort of gameplay, and you want more set-piece missions versus the sort of ongoing dynamic campaign that you get on this server, that's where I would recommend going. Just do a couple of sneaky S-turns to dump speed, gear down, flaps down. Bring the throttle back up for the blown flaps so we don't drop out of the sky like a rock. Don't even have a HOTAS, let alone time for this damn time sync game anymore. Oof, yeah, rough. That would do it. I don't really have the time, but I still have the HOTAS, so when I can sneak in the motivation to play, I do. I've had a really good time playing it over the last couple days. It's a long weekend here, second one in a row, so I have been getting back into DCS. And I'm really looking forward to the F100. I think I'm going to fly that thing a lot. As you might tell from the fact that I've spent so much time in this thing, I prefer the older Cold War planes. I like the World War II stuff as well, but early mid-Cold War is really what I like. You know, like, early to mid-70s I think is about peak. Once you start involving MFDs and computers and fly-by-wire and shit, it all goes out the window. This is the fun stuff. Yeah. Yeah, mine's changed quite a bit too. I mean, I had the whole relationship thing happen, and then the whole dog thing happen, and now the whole full-time job thing happened. Did I blow... Oh, I did blow a tire when I took off. I guess we'll have to repair that. I feel like DCS really doesn't give you the consequences for blown tires that it should. Like, landing with a blown tire in DCS doesn't feel that scary unless you're landing on dirt. In real life, that would probably have just flipped the aircraft and written it off, if not killed the pilot. Pom, he's still active on my Discord server, he just hasn't streamed. I don't think he really plays DCS much anymore. He also has had a big shift in priorities. So he ended up joining the Navy. He's been doing that for a while. And at the moment, I think what he's working on is his car. He's got a whole bunch of new pieces in for it. Alright, we're going to have to shut the aircraft down to repair the tire, of course. So we'll... Whoop. Pop the lid, tell him to put the ground power on just so that I don't have to worry about the electrics draining the battery while the engine's off. We'll get the rearm... Oopsie. Get the rearm going first, otherwise it waits until after the repair to start doing it. The reason the tires burst is because in my infinite wisdom, I realized halfway through my takeoff run that I didn't have my livery on. And so while trying to stop the aircraft from either going off the runway and crashing or pitching up and stalling, while also trying to keep the wheels on the ground so I could still keep the rearm menu open, I'd switched livery, and I was doing about 450 kilometers an hour before I came off the ground. Might have had something to do with why the tires shredded. Pom is now professional plane sim technician. Oh, that's what he's doing now. Okay. Yeah, I haven't had the chance to keep up with the Discord much lately at all, so I'm a bit behind on what everyone's doing. That's cool, though. That is very cool. Love the free castering nose wheel on that thing. Just turned completely sideways. Like I said, if the Skyhawk was on blue where it belongs, I would fly that in here, but it's just not right being on red. We don't need a dedicated seed aircraft with anti-radiation missiles. A Su-25 with rockets and a bit of know-how is all you need for that. We don't need, you know... The Skyhawk doesn't give Red any capability they don't already have. Maybe not directly, but something like... equivalent, like the S-13s as a seed weapon. Blue F-18 on this server? No thanks. It is. My playlist is a fever dream. It's got all sorts of weird and wonderful shit on it. But also a lot of songs I grew up with, like this. What'd be better is if this guy was taxiing the A4 for the first time while this was playing, because it would be very appropriate. Having watched people try and taxi that thing without prior knowledge of the fully castering nose wheel, it would be very fitting. They're making the external model of the earlier... Yeah, I did see that. That's very good news. I don't mind if the cockpit and system stay the same, to be honest. I just... Having the visual of the earlier Skyhawk is cool as well. Still gotta wait for the repair. 3 minutes, Jesus Christ. We'll be here for a while. It makes me glad to see that average J47 enjoyer, while their name is fucking spot on for someone flying a Sabre, does not appear to actually be very experienced at flying the Sabre. That or they're just unlucky today. Because I saw that and I was very scared. Sabres are actually scary. Well, the guy we were trying to make rage out just quit. Did he say anything in chat? At risk of it being TOS? Maybe he just quietly rage quit. Yeah, no, he just quietly ghosted. I was going for the hat trick, but I'll take 2. Yeah, the trailer's really good. And, like, the module looks really good too, but the trailer was a fucking piece of art. I also couldn't help but notice that the gun camera seems to be in vogue now. That, like, I mean, the Saber, I think, in the MiG-15 always had gun cameras, but the way they worked was different. Actually saving to a video file is, with the filters and everything, is seemingly a thing now that the F100 is going to do it, the Hundo. Yeah, right down to the flight controls. TarpSpot will also export pictures. That rules. I really would love to have a recon pod for this that does something like that. Another one. E-Dub, cheers for the raid. Welcome everybody. We're currently waiting for a new tire because someone blew the tire. And then we're going to be back up in the MiG-21 and hopefully killing some phantoms. There's a couple of them up. There's a couple of sabers up too. Hey Indy, good to see you. It's been a while. So for those that weren't here earlier, I now have a full-time job versus a mostly full-time job like I had before. I no longer work in government computery system stuff, thank fuck. I work at a panel beater. I'm a parts interpreter. I'm a car guy now, so we're gonna have to pick up automation at some point and stream that. I'm really loving it. It's a cool job. It's a mix of something I'm interested in, detective work, juggling like parts suppliers and like what the panel beaters can do within, you know, the week or so. Like it's good stuff. So the job of the parts interpreter is the panel beaters bring down a broken part and are like, get me one of these. I have to figure out what it is, where we get it from, how much it's going to cost us, get the order placed, make sure the order's actually coming to us, figure out when it's going to arrive, because sometimes they get a bit lost by the wayside, and make sure that everything's kind of running to schedule, we're getting the right parts, and yeah. I also get to help with the estimates, so like when we're quoting someone for like, yeah, this is going to cost X amount to repair your car, I'm putting in, okay, we need this part, this part, this part, that's going to add, you know, $1,500 in parts, that goes on top of the labor estimate, so yeah. It is a really fun job. It can be a bit stressful at times, it's really fast-paced, I'm always busy, there's never like a spare moment, but also that's because we're understaffed. Everyone is understaffed as far as auto industry stuff goes here. Forgot to turn the fuel pumps off. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, my current job actually does not pay that much worse than my government job did, and I'm no longer required to fucking tell, you know, ags for when I first jerked off, and if I sneeze 3 times in one day and all this shit. Like, I don't have to worry about a security clearance anymore. I don't give a fuck. It's great. A little bit. So we got resources to help with the car parts. Like, there's different parts diagram sites we can access and things like that. But also, some of it is the TISM. Like, within a week of starting my job, I could recognize a Toyota or Lexus, because it's the same part supplier, like rear liftgate or you know, rear door keyless entry antenna by site, by part number, or by vague panel beater description and or interpretive dance. Was it 899910030? It's a little black plastic widget about yay big with wires coming out of this end, and it screws in at the other end. And it sits on the back of the, like on the, whoopsie. It sits on the beaver panel, which is like the cross panel behind the bumper that the tailgate latches it or boot lid latches into. That's the beaver panel. And this thing sits between the bumper and the beaver panel. And so it's, if you get rear-ended, pretty much guaranteed it's fucked. Sure, why not? Just make sure he hasn't got a friend about to do the same thing. No, we're good. What the fuck happened down there? Whoopsie. Nose wheel brakes are still on. Yeah. But hey, an F100 is the first fucking full-fledged module. Dude's got taste. Maybe we'll see some other really cool Blue Force shit. Where's my thud? Thud, please? Thud? F101B? Voodoo? Yeah, Voodoo, please? Please? I will do filthy things for a Voodoo. Specifically a twin-seater. I mean, I'd take a single-seater Voodoo too, but a fucking... an F101B, or a CF101B, as I would be flying it. Oh, 106 would be beautiful. Someone's landing. We'll, kick over to the left to give them some space. If it was actually modeled correctly, Trip, I would be happy to have it. The problem is that the Arrow has become, like, a beacon for the dumbest, most nationalist kinds of Canadians with the most dogshit takes. And so they try and hype it into, like, an F-22 killer. It was a very, very good... Do not... Brother. F1 pilots, man. Why are they like this? With the Sapphire skin. With the Sapphire livery, no less. Okay, anyway. Yeah, like a well-modeled Arrow, I'd be all over. Like, it was a really cool aircraft, a really good, competent interceptor of its day. Like, at least on par with the F-106. Was it amazingly better that, you know, UFO technology the Americans were jealous of? No, of course not. They had the F-106. But it was definitely good. Very good. Pulled the flaps a little early. My flying is getting sloppier and sloppier as the day gets... you know, as the day drags on. I used up all my good flying points over the weekend, and now today it's just all over the place. It's public holiday here. It was a public holiday last weekend too, so we've had 2 long weekends in a row, which I'm never going to complain about. Although it does make things a little more rushed at work. F11F? Yes. Yes. Please. That is a very good shout. Radar's good. Oh, fuck, they're right on top of us. Okay, we're gonna... see ya later, belly tank. 247... wait. 247 is to my left. Helps if I turn the correct direction. And catch their altitude. Are they at R3R altitude? Oh, they are! They are! They're probably not going to stay up there, though. 6.1. Oh, an F5 up at 6.1 kilometers. Ooh, baby. And they just faded, which means they probably dropped to low alt. I'll drop down 2 in a minute. That or they've actually... no, if they're that high... yeah, no, they're that high. They're still over the top of me. That's why. They left the top of the radar scan volume, not the bottom. 280 for 10. They're flanking as well. Just on the other side of the cloud layer, it looks like. Oh, hello. $357 for 4. Surprised I still can't see them on here. Concerned I can't see them, in fact. Did they dump altitude all of a sudden? They might have. 180 for 2.3. Oh, yes. Yep, they're below and behind. Clever girl. There you are. At least, hope that's it. Might be a friendly. No, that's an F5, looks like. No, it's a Saber. Oh, God. What have I got myself into? We're just going to nope out of this engagement. I can dogfight a Saber. I have done it. I've gun-killed Sabers in this thing, but it is not a good plan. It is very risky, and I just killed my engine because I didn't throttle back while I was in a high-speed dive. Like I said, getting sloppy this hour of the day. Relight on. Please leave me alone while I relight my engine. 198 for 33. Oh, that is not a good sign. I would have really liked to get R3Rs on that guy. It's a good way to get rid of Sabers in a hurry. $237 for 5. They climb back up a little, but it's probably not worth a re-attack. 203 for 35. Type large. Is that a Tomcat? No, it's not. It's probably a F4. $277 for 8. No, let's not. We're just gonna scooch away in Afterburner. And then commit on the other guy. $228 for 27. Wait, 27 or 47? I wasn't paying attention. Huh? Which airbase is that? Oh, Krasnodar Center. I'm back at the city. Right. It's like, why did I just overfly a marker beacon? Daphne. She must be tucked up over by the door. 230 for 49. Large, yeah, that's a Phantom. Pretty much guaranteed. A7 and F8, yeah, it's been a while since we've heard anything on either of those. I'm curious if there's still a major overhaul in the pipes for this thing too, because that was being talked about at one point, and I would love to see it. The art overhaul's been done, but like a systems overhaul slash... I think it was mostly systems, I think maybe not flight model. There have been little bits and pieces done, like the blown flap system fucking with the afterburner that I mentioned before. Is that Sands at Krimsk, maybe? Or is the Phantom seriously trying to lock me from that far away? It's Krimsk, I think that's probably Krimsk back there. Because that ridge line is between here and Anapa, like that's the coastal ridge. Oh, hello! There we go. In a stoush with a friendly, actually. There's a friendly up there. Be nice if they get some separation so I can be sure I'm locking the correct thing. Friendly might actually get the guy. Oh, no. Maybe not. Two, three, three for 17. There's two there. A large and a medium. Interesting. There we go. There's our contacts. That's friendly. Or, yeah, no, friendly and a hostile, maybe? This is hostile. Yeah, it's a three-way fight, it looks like, or like a two-on-one fight. So we'll see if we can help the friendly out here. Not a good angle for an R3R. Something else here too. That's probably not going to get him. No. Too much angle for it. But it did make him waste some flares. Where did he go? Oh, there he is. Was that... Fuck. Is that it or is that the 21? I can't tell. Might have been the 21. No, that's smoky as fuck. That's a phantom. Gotta get nice and close for... How is he still locked? What the fuck? That's a bit long for an R60. Oh, it might get him? No. This one will. There we go. See you later. Home time. There's another big angry phantom after me. I have... Oh, no, I don't have the fuel to hang around. Shit. Gotta be careful I don't get too close to crimps, because there's SAMs there. Gotta be careful with ground air defense. And power lines. Even with the emergency afterburner off, when you're clean like this in the MiG-21, no belly tank, no missiles, you can still overspeed it. So you gotta be pretty careful with her. Okay, we're actually at 490 or 450 liters, sorry. So this, what am I doing? Wrong button. The fuel gauge is indicating low. That's about right there. We're clear. How are the F4 pilots? Abysmal. Fucking abysmal. They're terrible. Like, I'm sorry, but they are. They're really, really bad. Sharkin was in the F4 earlier, and he may have been the one that ambushed me. But every other F4 I've encountered, they've either been a free meal, or they've been, like, they've lasted a couple of turns, and then I've either got behind them, or they've run away. The F5s are much, much more dangerous opposition in here at the moment. The only really the only times I've been killed by F4s are when they either double team me, so I'm on one and one just comes in and third parties me with a Sparrow, or when they're able to ambush me after I've just taken off, which is what I think Sharkin might have done. Sharkin's a competent pilot, though. I've seen him fly a lot of stuff, and he's very good at it, so he'd probably be good. The others, though, hopeless. They've been quite easy to bait into a rolling scissors as well, which they will not win against a 21. Like, no hope. A rate fight they'll win. A vertical they have a good chance at, depending what their fuel load is, and if they punched off all their stores. But rolling scissors, they will not beat a 21. Okay, now we're very low on fuel. But we're also home. Just gotta find the runway. There it is. You know what cost us the strobes, RWR, and the Phantom? No. Countermeasures control panel? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Just gotta watch for the reserve tank light. If the top left light there comes on the enunciator, I think it's top left. Расходный бак. If that comes on, we're fucked. That's your, you have like 30 seconds or less of fuel lamp. Although, with that close to the runway, if it comes on now, we'd be fine. 80 litre header tank. Does not last long in the MiG-21. We're a little fast. Very sloppy approach, but we can make it work. Gentle flare, little throttle to just get us over. Ooh, easy. A little bumpy. Is there someone on the runway? Yes, there is. I'm going to shuffle over so they don't hit me. It's probably that Mirage again. Shoots cut. Flaps are set to takeoff so we don't kill the engine when we start our takeoff run. Pop the canopy seal. Could have turned off there, but we'll just do a UE down the end here. Yeah, it is the same Mirage. What's up, Daphne? Someone moved in the corridor without her permission, apparently. I was planning to turn around on the taxiway, but I'm not going to have space. We'll have to just turn here. Actually, this makes me want to give up War Thunder and return to DCS. Do it. Do it. Come back to us, Trip. You know you want to. The only downside is this has no MiG-23 and War Thunder does, even if it's very incorrectly modelled. There we go. There's our Ras back. So I was wrong, it's top right. Top left is engine relight. If that top right lamp comes on in flight, you are about to have a very, very bad day. Hello, little gremlin. Do you want to come say hello? Do you want to say hi? What if I give you a bribe? Do you want to come say hi if I give you a bribe? Do you want a milky stick? Yeah? Ooh. Hello, Daphne. Gremlin. A couple weeks ago, all rear aspects got their locking aspects changed and made to the same standard. Interesting. Still been having a lot of success with the R60s. They don't feel like they've changed much, if at all. APR 36 controls use the same space in the console, so since they wanted to have countermeasures, they had to upgrade it to ALR 46. Strobes was Nelson's original plan. Yeah. Honestly, I kind of would have preferred them to not do the countermeasures, or, like, do the option to turn them off. Like, I've always kind of wanted to see the Cold War servers in DCS get rid of the flares. Because most, even the Americans weren't really rolling countermeasures back in the 70s, early 70s. Certainly not during Vietnam. Because the main threat there wasn't manpads, right? Or IR SAMs. There were some, but it was mostly Dvinas. It's mostly ECM there. So I would love to see, and the Soviets didn't really get into flares at all until they were in Afghanistan. So I would have loved to see no flares setups. I think there were some back in the day. I want to say a long time ago on Alpines, maybe? Or on Blue Flag Cold War, there were no flares. And it meant you really had to keep your eye out for missiles and react accordingly. R60 remains at 90, all the rest AIM-9s and R13s are 60-degree aspect? Okay. Some of the older ones should even probably be less, like the R3S and the AIM-9B should probably be even less than that. She wants to climb up on my shoulder again. She's determined to destroy my back. Ooh, there you go. 9P used to be 120 degrees before the patch. Yeah, that explains a lot. That explains a great many things. I gotta move my chair. Gotta move my chair again. I gotta get a new gas cylinder for it, but I keep putting it off. Hold on, Daff. Sorry, I don't want to make you guys seasick, but my chair is dropping out from under me. It makes it kind of hard to fly if my face is buried down in the radar scope. I already have to sit kind of half sideways to get my pedals and everything in reach. My desk is not very well set up for this, so not ideal. Don't know if that F1's waiting for me or just chilling, but we are going to check flaps, gear safety's off. We're gonna send it. Trim set. Center the nose wheel. Oh, no wonder I was having a hard time steering. I forgot to fucking turn the nose wheel brake off again. Big brain moment. $12,400 meters altitude. Oh, baby, yes. Yes, come catch an R3R. 242 for 57. Probably should have brought the 800 litre at this point because they're a little further back from our air base, especially if I'm having to climb like this. They're still up there. There's a couple lower altitude though that might try and belly stab me. 249 for 52. Looks like there's another friendly going up to meet them as well. Daffy Daff, can you hop down on my lap, please? You're hurting my back, and also I can't lean around to check beside the periscope if you're up there. No, she's determined. I'll give you a treat if you hop down. My entire life is ruled over by a 2 kilogram, it's like 4 pound ball of fluff and anger. She's very cute though. Okay, I'm being locked. Probably by one of the ones closer and beneath me. The other one's gone cold, so we'll drop back down and engage them instead. There we go. Hopefully hasn't fired a sparrow at me, although that constant lock is concerning. .277 for 3. Medium altitude. Oh yeah, right up there. Okay, well, looks like the friendly's tangling with them, so if I can catch them while they're busy with them... There's something. That's a phantom. Concerned that I didn't see the other one. This guy looks like he's turning with me. Comms behind me is a pretty good sign. Fuck, that's not what I needed to do. There we go. Whoopsie. Wobble, wobble, wobble. Got a bit heavy-handed. The other one's 1 kilometer. That's an F5. No, I shouldn't. The Phantom will be behind me. That might be the end of me. Oh, if that isn't, this is. Yep, there goes my wing. I got too confident. Too confident. Yeah, we've fallen off. We were doing much better earlier. I'm thinking we might call it for DCS for now, just because I'm starting to get frustrated and I fly worse when I am, but also my shoulder's killing me, and I need to be able to work tomorrow. What we might do, though... Also, this thing's probably going to run out of battery soon. What we might do is I might fire Gunner Heat PC up for a minute, because I've got something I want to show you guys in that. And then I'm probably going to have to think about ending the stream, because I need to get some washing done, need to get some cooking done, need to take this little gremlin outside for some air. We had a pretty decent run of things. DCS is going to take a minute or two to close. Once that's done, we'll get GHPC up and running. just explode. Fucking hell. That was fun. Yeah, my whole PC just hard locked for like several minutes. I'm not sure why that happened. Okay. I'm just going to... Sorry, Adele. GHPC. Oh, I gotta change the title too, or the game as well. So, this is a test version. I'm not going to get too into the gameplay because I don't want to accidentally invoke any game-breaking bugs, but I do want to show you a couple features that have been added, or, you know, are being worked on and will be added inevitably. Don't worry about that. That's just literally don't give this version to people. It's, you know, we can show it off as long as it's not showing bugs. So we're going to go Graphenwürth. Showcase just with standard setup. I'm going to move my flight sim stuff off the desk because I don't think we'll be doing any more flying this long weekend. I think that's my limit without stuffing my back or getting super frustrated. We had a really good run at the start of the stream, and also had an amazing run over the past couple of days, so I'm going to take that for what it is. Had a few spills at the end there, but that happens. I've been pushing my luck plenty, so it was bound to bite me. Didn't get any tomcats. Did get a shitload of phantoms, though. Hopefully next time I stream we'll manage to nail a tomcat again. It's been too long since we pulled that off. Hello. You wanna hop up on desk now? There you go. You can sit on the desk since all that shit's out of the way. That's my deal. Okay, so the reason I brought you to Graphenwürth is because not all vehicles have this yet, but if we grab an Abrams, turret inertia, you can hear the Cadillacs getting pulled and released. So pull, release, see how much further it spins. If I spin the turret right up. So now you can scan at the actual speed that tankers scan at. Which is something more like that. Or maybe slightly slower, but pretty quick. It also means you can't just wham the turret around at full speed and immediately point and click something to destroy it. You have to actually adjust your aim. So there's that. There's also... Oh, I should have actually changed the ammunition. But what we'll do... No, we'll use the Abrams for this, okay. We'll go park it downrange. Can I park on top? Oh, I can actually park on top of those, can't I? Yeah. That'll go quite nicely. Oh yeah, the track trails don't fade out anywhere near as fast now, because they found a way to optimize it, which also makes them last longer. So that's a cool little thing. I don't know if I can park on top of that. I'd be angling the hull a bit. Yeah, that's what we'll do, actually. More... reverse onto it. A little bit of casual reverse parking in a 70-ton tank. Okay, not that far. There we go. Now the turret is going to start scanning as soon as I abandon it, but let's grab something with a not very powerful gun, shall we say. Like, I don't know, a PT-76. Oh look, there's an Abrams over there. I'm going to position myself so I'm shooting straight on at it. I think what I'm about to show you is already in the live build of the game. The turret inertia isn't, along with a few other things. Or actually, maybe it is. Whoopsie, sorry. In any case, this also has some changes to the AI vision system, so they're a bit less omniscient, but also not completely stupid to the point where it's, you know, easy to flank on them. Not sure exactly what range that is. 1, 2, like 400 meters tops. We'll start with the APCR. Yeah, it's about 400. Pretty much exactly 4. Maybe we'll set it to 5. Watch me, by pure fluke, land one into the turret ring.
Get at him.
We'll try heat rounds now. These might actually have a chance of penning some of the softer armor, like some of the thinner spots.
Get at him. Get at him. Get at him.
And then we'll lob an HE as well. Okay. Let's... Sorry, did I wake you up? Let's scooch ourselves over with the free cam. What do we see? I actually probably picked a bad example because I don't think all of the assets are done for the PT-76 yet. Maybe we should have used the T-72. Actually, yeah, we probably should have used the T-72. But you may notice something on the turret and on the hull. 2 somethings on the turret, in fact. Why the fins? Because, like I just realized, they probably haven't fully completed the assets for this. Because it's, you know, most things in the game are using Sabo, they're not using straight AP or APCR. So let's grab a T-72 and do the same thing. I love the autoloader sounds that they've added. This one might actually have a chance of killing it, but that's fine for the purposes of what we're doing here. Yep, it's dead. We killed it. Okay. So before it burns out too violently, a bit late for that. Am I just super unlucky with this today? Why is it not showing them? Maybe I am super unlucky with it. Let's try some different vehicles. So in my attempts to not show bugs, I may have just accidentally triggered one. cams are working. And then if we hit it with a heat round, there we go. That's what it should look like. Grab a Bradley. You can see the difference between the AP and the HE. And yes, the smoke is actually coming from the penetration holes. That system was already in place, just without the actual hit decals, you couldn't really tell. Oh, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Let's see how a leopard stands up to this. Not well, I'm going to imagine. Very not well, in fact. No, not yet. I don't know if they will. Because these are, it's just, a flat texture. It's just got very fancy parallax mapping on it to make it look like it has depth. Speaking of making it look like it has depth, actually. The HE hits, you're not going to see a big hole because, again, it's just a 2D texture with fancy parallax, but it does leave a big mark. So you get gouges like that. Obviously it's going to penetrate the fenders without too much issue, so that's, you can see that. Then if we take... Where's the alien? T-64R, there we go. Sight damaged, optical rangefinder destroyed, coax MG breach broken. See, you can fuck up a tank just with a 50 cal. Did that actually hit it? I have no idea where that round landed. Probably not. That did. What is this tank? The T-64R. So this is the initial T-64 retrofitted with updated stowage, but still with the original 115mm gun instead of the 120. Could see the penetration hole there. There's your heat round. That thing is standing up to some serious hits. What the fuck? Why is it so hard to kill a 113? Probably because I'm bad. And that one missed. I can't use the coax to walk my shots on because the coax has been damaged or destroyed. Breach is broken. Okay, there we go. I've got it. And then if we... This thing doesn't have very good sabo, because this gun was kind of a weird one-off and they didn't really need to... actually, you know what? Because the sight's broken, let's not use this. Let's use the 1A1A1. It has APDS. Okay, this is actually perfect. First, we'll get that thing out of our way. I'm sorry, much as I love the T-64. It didn't kill it. Okay. Did that kill it? Yes, it did. Where did that end up? I can't actually tell where that shot went. Didn't kill it. No, it's still up. There's so much parallax on the Leopard's gun, on a gun sight. Maybe we'd better use this instead. Just let it restock. Okay, that hit the top of the turret. Probably actually what we want to do with it anyway. That hit the top of the turret. Yeah, that's pretty much perfect. So you got big chunks out of it. We wrecked the gun. Wasn't enough to get through the turret armor though, see? Nice big gouge on it. Now we do have Hesh on this. Maybe we'll blast it at that big barn door over there. I don't even know if that hit it. Yeah, I think that just went over it. Not sure where the point of aim is for it. Way up there, really? Oh, no, okay, that hit almost exactly where we aimed it. Restock Hesh. Oh, you can see. Right there on the side of the turret, and it was enough to kill the tank, too. We'll grab the T-72 that we were just shooting at. Which is not that one, it's this one. Gun barrel's broken, so we can't use it to shoot at things anyway. Okay, here we go. You want to see a big explosion? You want to see another big explosion? That should be in about the right spot. Maybe not.
Them there. Them there.
Interesting, it just ate both of those. Might be the angle. Creep forwards a bit. Wait for the smoke to clear. Interesting, it's smoke's not doing our frames any favors. It is a test version, so there might be little hiccups here and there that don't exist in the live one. Boom.
Them there.
What else has been changed? Don't think there's been anything really new for the BMP1. I think I've shown you guys that they changed the site for that before. Oh. The tow reticle, I don't think it's been updated yet either, but it has, turns out it's had the wrong reticle for ages and no one called them out on it, just because they hadn't got around to it yet. It's kind of funny. BTR 70, I'll show you what the 14.5 does to a Bradley. My own mirror's in the way. Just immediately straight through the side. And you can see, once the smoke lays off a bit. No? Okay, we're not going to see it, I guess. It's a bit temperamental with the hit marks today, which is interesting. We'll hop out, go over here. Whoopsie. Okay, it's not. Oh no, there we go. There's some. Sometimes they're easier to see in the thermal view. But yeah, so the weapons all leave hit decals now on whatever they hit. Sometimes, like if it hits the edge of something like the driving light assembly on this, it can cause a bit of a stretchy, weird looking thing, but mostly they look pretty good. And it gives you that extra little bit of feedback of, oh, I hit this here, or like, oh, I took this many hits, but I didn't even feel it during the heat of combat. Like you can see that hole, another one there, whole bunch of them stitched down there. So you get like extra immersion and actual extra feedback of what happened during combat, because a lot of the time you don't even notice you get hit until afterwards. Now you can see. But yeah, the main cool thing, I think, even more so than that, is just the turret inertia, because it makes the Abrams, but when the other tanks get it, the same thing with them, it makes it feel that much more alive. Might do one mission with it. We'll do an Abrams mission. And after that, I'm going to have to hop off because I'm about to lose my voice, which I'm definitely going to need for dealing with different people on the phone tomorrow. And also, Daphne's going to need to go outside, and I've got to get my washing done. But Abrams Alley, patent pass, native narrative. What I want to do? Let's do bold limit, or bolder limit, maybe. Once I remember which map that's on. This one, apparently. No, let's do kinetic key. Interesting, it's undone my progress on that mission. Well, they've changed it, I guess. I was gonna do that in the Abrams, but no, we'll do Boulder Limit in it, I guess. Hello, gorgeous. Mwah. You want belly rubs? Hmm? Daphne wants belly rubs. You've been very good today, haven't you, Baba? Yes. She's surprisingly well behaved when I stream. It's just all the other times that she's extremely naughty. Isn't it? Isn't it, little gremlin? Hmm? Take you out in a bit? Yeah? Probably won't go all the way to the dog park today. That's a bit of a big trip, and we've done it for the past 2 days in a row. And I don't think my legs can handle walking that far again today. Okay, let's start mission, get this thing set up. Engaging helicopters at this range, especially. It's gonna miss. Yep. What is he doing? Flies like a DCS player. Over traversed it there because I was a little heavy-handed with it. Of course it was over. Can tell it's American because it has 3 machine guns. True. I feel like it's a pretty reliable indicator of what kind of thing a tank gets used for the more machine guns it has. All the countries which like blowing up civilians the most have more machine guns on their tanks. Because I can think of another one that adds extra machine guns, puts them on the fucking, whatchamacallit, gun mantlet. I didn't even see if that hit. It did not hit, apparently. Fucking Heinz are wasting our time while the tanks are rolling in on us. And we're gonna have to restock after this, which is definitely not gonna help. Oh my god, seriously? Just sit still, dickhead. There we go. Do we still have a wingman? Yes, we do. We're gonna smoke those guys. We'll call in... No, we won't call in some Kaz, because that makes things too easy. We're just going to do it the old-fashioned way. You also note down the bottom right of the screen there, 1st Company, 2nd Platoon spotted tank. So you can now see your allies' communications like, hey, there's a tank over here. Hey, we see infantry. Hey, we see a helicopter. So there's a bit more idea as to what the AI are doing and why something is appearing on the map or not. We're gonna re-engage him? Jesus. That was a missile that just sailed over us. I'm just going to engage this because this is what I can see. I should be displacing more side to side. Popping up in the same spot multiple times is a great way to get killed. Gotta get into the habit of jockeying. It'd be easier if I had an actual, like, separate human driver, because I could have let them focus on jockeying over the ridge while I focus on gunnery. But when you're trying to do everything yourself at once, it's a little hard. Get that. That's just what I can see. Can't see this tank that the TC's screaming about. Probably will in a moment. Maybe we should use artillery. This is getting a bit spicy. Or not artillery, air support. Wonder what our air support will be. Phantom, maybe? There it is. Phantom and a 104. Nice. Oh shit. Take the lead. No, we're taking the lead. Engaging this. How's the other platoon holding up? They've lost an Abrams. Right there in front of me. Fuck. Picked the wrong target. We're gonna do a big brain maneuver and scooch way around to the left. I don't see it. I do see that. And I did also see another tank over here, or BMP actually, over there. Right there. Okay, now I see it. Pretty sure that one's dead, but we're going to put another round into it just in case. Yeah, it's definitely dead. We put that many rounds into it. Dead Abrams over there. It's another Abrams that's still taking tank fire. Didn't see where from. Over there somewhere? No, over there some. Whoa, way up the back, okay. Oh, fuck, I see them. Yeah, they're way back up there. Oh, I also don't know if I've shown this off. This has also been added to the live version of the game. I just haven't streamed this in so long. Where tree? Where'd it go? That also partially, well, largely solves the issue of friendlies getting hung up on forests. Now they can just bulldoze through them. Sometimes I still get fucked with houses and stuff, but they're nowhere near as dopey as they used to be. Okay. This tank doesn't appear to have taken any serious hits, or really any hits at all. Here's our initial tank that we spawned in as. Ah, that would do it. Right in the turret ring. Right there. That's what killed us. I think that's the only hit we took as well. Now if we go over to these Abrams... This one's probably fine. He might have taken a few hits. Oh, he has. He has. One there, that's a Sabo. That one's a heat hit to the gun mantlet. So he took a pair of hits. Looks like they didn't really have much effect though. Or at least didn't knock him out. This one though. Yeah, he's well and truly fucked. Can we see where he was hit? Not really. Possibly on the corner of the turret there. It's, oh no, that's just burn damage. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to tell. Sometimes the decals don't seem to render in 100% of the time. They're pretty reliable, but not always perfect. And particularly when they hit things like spaced armor, sometimes they can get a bit funky, but it's just, yeah, it's possible that this guy did have one and it's just de-rendered, or when he burnt out, it's covered it over. There's another tank position there which doesn't have anyone in it. If we go over here, the little 113 that could survived. I think that's all we got. Oh no, there's another 113 here that also survived. It's a Christmas miracle. There's also not different decals for like hits on wood or fabric at the moment, only metal. So if the flotation board on that 113 had been hit, it's a wooden component, but it would appear to be metal. You can see that on the splash board on the T54 and T55 as well. It's a metal part, but at the moment there's no unique decals for it. So there's a hit there. Looks like a Sabo went through the front. I could smooth out the camera view, camera motion by holding right mouse, but it's a little... I'm a little unwieldy with it, so it's probably better to just not bother. Heat round to the lower plate. This one I think would have taken a few Sabos through the side. Yep, this is the one I was just firing at repeatedly because I wasn't sure if it was dead or not. Sabo there. Sabo there. There's your heat hole right there. So you can see the heat jets make a much smaller actual hole because it's a, you know, a jet of basically like plasma. It's kind of like a plasma cutter, right? It's just cutting through the armor, whereas a kinetic round is punching through it. But you also get the sort of scorching and shrapnel splash from the heat projectile. So you can see the little gouges around it from where shrapnel from the explosions hit the armor surface. That was a heat round to the lower front plate. Dozer blade, actually. It's hard to tell where this one was hit. Possibly in the side somewhere. Or maybe, maybe turret ring, something like that, where it's hard to see when the turret's sitting on the ground. The big fireballs are the helicopter crashes. There's no actual wreckage when a helicopter crashes in-game at the moment, it's just a giant fireball. I don't know if they will add, like, helicopter wreckage. It's kind of harder to do than tank hulls, but because, you know, kind of scatter over the area, and you have to find a way to make it look natural instead of really, like, goofy-ass sort of Gary's Mod type shit. With all respect to Gary's Mod, spent many hours playing that, but, you know, like, you want it to look realistic, kind of, rather than just, oh look, physics objects that have been strewn about the map. Big gouge there from a Sabo round, hit the upper front plate, looks like it went through. Another one there, same spot, plus one on the side there. Oh, and a heat round. Jeez, this tank took a battering. There's a hole through the skirt there. Oh, Sabo through the turret and the turret ring. The turret interiors and stuff aren't done yet. You know, that's something that can be worried about later, if at all. It's kind of not something you're going to be staring at a lot. As far as tank interiors go, because they have, you know, it's in the FAQs and stuff that people still ask all the time, and I understand why. They're not planning on modeling full interiors for the vehicles. It would take too long. It's a lot of research. It's a lot of work. It adds a lot of annoyances on the coding side of things too. Like, it's difficult and costly to get decent vehicle interiors. Steel Beast can do it because Steel Beast is a military grade simulator that gets military grade money. Red Orchestra 2 could do it because it only had 2 tanks at release and didn't get any more armored vehicles, not even Bren carriers, for years and years after release. And even then they were outsourced, I think. So the games that can do interiors are able to do it because they either have Mondo money or they have very few vehicles to worry about, right? GHPC has a lot of vehicles. They're committed to getting stuff as correct as they can research-wise, and that means a lot of research into what the interiors looked like, what controls they had, that sort of thing. And at the end of the day, it's just not, like, the juice isn't worth the squeeze, as they say, right? Like, you're going to spend more than 90% of your time, if you're buttoned up in the tank, looking through the optics. If you're not buttoned up in the tank, you're going to be looking out through the commander's hatch anyway. So while it's cool to be able to look around the inside of the tank, believe me, I love that kind of thing. I fucking adore that kind of thing. Interiors everywhere makes me happy, but I get the perspective that it's too much for no gameplay benefit. Like, if you're sitting staring at the inside of the tank turret in this game, you're gonna die really fast. You need to be looking outside, not inside. And in combat, that's generally what happens. You know, you might glance around the inside of the tank to make sure everyone's okay after something went off near you, or you took a hit. You might glance around for ammunition to reload the gun or something, or you might, you know, you might just quickly glance down to check the turret clock to figure out which direction the tank's pointing relative to the gun. But you're not sitting there looking around the turret like you're on a road trip, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense. What they probably will end up doing, and they've said this a few times, but, you know, it's subject to change. Everything's subject to change because it's a small team with, you know, small team budget. But probably it'll be like maybe more than just a periscope glued to your face, but like a sort of darkened interior with minimal details. You know, the suggestion of an interior rather than an actual interior. and then maybe that, you know, you just look around and then you look it through a periscope from that. It'll be probably that, or just actually periscopes, which plenty of games do, and plenty of people don't complain about it. But Steel Beasts, I guess, kind of sets the expectation, oh, you're a serious tank game, you better have interiors. It is what it is. But like the internal details for the thrown turrets on the tanks, you can see the T-72 and particularly the T-55, there are some details inside the hull and the turret, same with the M60, because those were the first vehicles that were made for the game, and they weren't sure like exactly what they'd do with it. There weren't other priorities getting in the way, but you know, as they've added more vehicles, it's just like, look, get it functional, get it in game, we'll worry about what it looks like when it's thrown the turret later, which makes perfect sense. I was thinking of maybe doing one more mission, but I'm losing my voice, and Daphne is very much giving me the I want to go outside face. So I'm going to find somewhere I can send you guys, and then I'm going to head out. I will try and stream when I can. It's probably only going to be once every couple of months, honestly. I'm going to try and stick with this job for a while because A, I enjoy it, B, I like the people I work with, and C, it's a fun job. D, I need money, but ultimately, like, in the future, I would like to have a bit more of my free time back, but I also need to balance that against needing money. So we'll see how we go. I'll get streams in when I have the time and energy for it, particularly around things like long weekends. You know, if I don't have family coming down or whatever, I'll try and get a stream in. But for now, I'm going to find someone to raid. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I certainly enjoyed being able to do one again. I just realized I do not have this running through Steam, so I'm going to have to boot up my browser to raid someone, and my PC is not gonna like that because I've got like 500 fucking tabs open. Why do I do this to myself? What I might do, I might... No, because I'm not signed in any other browser, am I? I'll have to go through my regular browser. Okay, that's going to be a pain in the ass, but we'll do it. Hopefully it doesn't start trying to play like 300 YouTube videos all at once that I've had on pause for God knows how long. Every time I open my browser, it's kind of unnerving watching these windows just pop up everywhere, one after the other. It looks like I've got malware on my PC. Actually, no, I just have ADHD and way too much shit open. All right. Twitch. Let's see who is on. Probably not a lot of people that I would normally send you guys to, because it is 3:26 in the afternoon here, and I think it's like fuck off o'clock in the morning in North America and Europe. What I might do... We got... What games are people playing? Actually, I might just see... Let's search a DCS category and see if anyone's flying anything interesting. Sorry, this is taking way too long because my browser is not cooperating at all. Probably because I've got too much shit open. No one is streaming DCS, apparently. Oh no, someone is. There we go. Helps if I actually click on the category. What's that? That looks like something American. That might be a Strike Eagle. We've got a Hornet. Possibly an Apache. Is anyone streaming Flyout? No, nobody's streaming Flyout. Not surprising at this hour. Alright. Well, what I might do is I might send you guys to... Captain Sticky Rice, who is playing some flight sim. Flying a... What is that? That looks like a King Air, maybe? It's definitely Beechcraft. I'm slowly getting there with Civi planes. Alright, let's get that up and running. There we go. Raid is set up and will shortly be on its way. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me today, guys. It's been good to see you again. It's been good to get back in the MiG and slap some phantoms around. Hopefully it won't be so long before next time. But until then, stay safe. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And enjoy Captain Sticky Rice. Catch you later. You gonna say bye-bye, Daphne? No, you're just gonna stare at me blankly. Okay. See ya.